Hello, hello. Let me get this set up. What window is this going to be? This is going to be Scum VM. Ooh, that looks terrible. How can I resize this? Output. Ah! No. I kept making it larger. Here we go. Give me just a second. Properties. Let's fix this, shall we? I don't know why it's so large. Just shrink that to size. There we go. A little bit of the old Scum VM there. Let's just do that. I just center it in the screen. How about, why is it at the very top? Let's put it like right here. That's good for now. Uh, anyway. All right. Well, let's get started. Make sure everything's working right. We go to game options. Let's make sure the game options are correct. Graphics, scale. Game, high quality video scaling. There we go. And then let's see, game capture. Put that on top. The alerts also need to be on top too. Okay, you can start playing the game now, buddy. There we go. Where's the audio? It's because I have the audio muted. There we go. Let's try that again. Yeah. Let me make sure that all this stuff is set up. Cool. Turn that down a bit so that it's a little bit more reasonable. There we go. No. The intro is the same on this one at least. Now this time it's not going to be a speed run. As the title says, it's just going to be a regular long play slash walkthrough. I'm going to try to do all the Easter eggs, and hopefully I won't forget any, and then just commentary in general.
Having a severe psychotic episode, keep your hands away from his mouth. Real potential for violence watching. Freak!
Now that's a needle. Oof.
Can you hear me? Curtis, your
Told you this game was shocking. One thing I gotta say is that I think Ragnar has a really cool name. I don't know why, but Icelandic people have really cool names. And here we go. See, of course, one of the cool features of this is how the fidgeters, how it actually follows your mouse cursor right there. It's very cool. So let's check out the mirror.
Big purple bags under the eyes. Very attractive.
Alright, enough of the commentary, Chris. Let's go to the nightstand here. Fever Dream. Or Fevry? You just gotta love the very useful cutscene of him opening a drawer. The little heart dude, which anyone who remembers the 90s knows these little things. They also had like the California Raisins dudes that were like the same way, where they're like all bendy and stuff. Boom. And all the little rats, and of course the little condom for good times. Of course now, like, it'd be half filled up with like worn out phone charger cables and then ibuprofen, just like 17 half-empty bottles of ibuprofen. Acting right there. Compelling acting. Let's go. Oh yeah, right. He just wanted to grope his own ass for a minute there. Also, you gotta love that sconce there. Let's also check the mail while we're at it. I'm gonna do more than just doing the speedrun route. Of course. And then here's a Easter egg you can do right here with the cursor over this, and you can do this in a couple of chapters. B-U-R-P, and I messed it up. B-U-R-P, and then capital B-U-R-P. It's got two different ones, one where it's a light burp and the other one's a heavy burp. So here we go. Now here's a fun thing that you can do. Check this out. So he's got the little cutscene, he goes back and forth, but every couple of times, after like a couple of times of doing it, he'll do one where he, where he comes in a funny way. Let's see if we can get it to trigger. This is not, yeah. Come on, Curtis. Do the thing. Alright, I'm gonna try it one more time. If it doesn't work, then... Alright, whatever. This kitchen, you can never go into this kitchen, and I was always so curious as to what it is. I mean, he's got the little table there, and what looks like an ancient radio. And if you do Control-Alt, and click on this right here, tractor. Alright. Let's talk to Block.
You're busted, rat girl. What did you do with my wallet? You on the car?
Where's the money, Lebowski? Look at this lamp. This is an interesting lamp right here. Like, that's just an interesting lamp, I would have to say. He's got weird furniture too. This whole place is designed very weird, in my opinion. can't call anybody, but I can steal this photo. And another Control-Alt on this book. Tractors. They love tractors here. So first, let's check our mail. And next, I'm going to do something else. Music volume. Let's turn it down just a hair. I love the music in this game, but it can also be kind of loud. Also, here's another thing that a lot of people don't think to do, is you can look at the items in your inventory. Screwdriver, nice. Granola. A little rat? Yeah, how you doing? An embarrassing Christmas photo party? Christmas party photo, I should say, if you are an English speaker. Look at this hot postcard. 32 cents. Anyway, I dream about you, I feel your hands on my body. I taste your mouth on mine. When I wake, I can still feel your breath on my neck, and I shiver with pleasure. Is that a reference to Shivers? You'll see there actually is a reference to Shivers in this game. But this, I actually believe, was the Sierra, the office of Sierra. I believe. If I'm wrong on that, someone correct me. Actually, you know what? Don't correct me. It sickens me.
There's my wallet. Blob?
I say, you know he could reach that. Come on. He'd have to have a couch that was like 10 feet deep for him not to reach it. But since he insists that Blob took it, let's let Blob get it back. You see, again, as a walkthrough, I guess I should already say this. Of course, when your cursor highlights over something, that's something you can click and interact with, right? Additionally, whenever you have an item selected, if you hover it over it and it lights up, that means it's interacted. And left and right click does the same. Oh, hey Ozzy, how you doing? Yeah, I've been kind of lounging today, so I didn't watch that, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to watch the VOD later on. But what was I saying? Oh yeah. So left and right click does the same thing if you don't have an item selected. However, if you do, right clicking clears out your cursor, which is useful because you can't, like I can't interact with the bookshelf while I have it selected, but if I right click, oh, now I can interact with the bookshelf. Anyway, let's get that wallet.
Right, you little snot. You drag my wallet under there, you can just go bring it back.
Wallet thief. Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing alright. I've just been kind of tired.
Blob, come out of there.
Now, I would say that, of course, a lot of people say that this is ridiculous, but to be honest, whenever you have small mammals like that, sometimes it can be hard to coax out. So using a granola bar to coax it is not that strange. It's just we know he could move that couch, and we know he could reach the wallet under that.
Hey, Bob. Hey, check it out. Oh, there you are. Gotcha. Oh, very good. All right.
So this is, admittedly, this is a really weird puzzle. But again, you have to, it's one of those things you have to think about it from a logic standpoint. So of course, there's two things you can do here. You can try to leave, and then he'll put Blob back, or you can just go ahead and put Blob back, which I'll do. But yeah, I hope you're doing well today too. But yeah, it's the thing that a lot of people don't think about it from an adventure game standpoint. Because you try to go through the door, he says, I need my wallet. You know you need your wallet. Well, you can actually select the couch, and you're like, oh, what's that? You select it, and he's like, hey, there's my wallet. Cool, and then you just have to put it together from what's in here. Let's look at this photo, which this is the development team. Andy Hoyos is right there. And I don't know everybody in this photo, so forgive me for that, but it's a development team, and I'm sure you can look that up if anyone wanted. And of course, here's more people. Hey, they're having a party right there.
Childhood's End. The House Next Door. Murder Beach. I've read every book I own at least twice.
Well, you need more books, Curtis. You don't have enough books. Let's be honest. I've got more books than that. I've got more strategy, video game strategy guides than that. And then here's another little Easter egg. You click this about 10 times. Jukebox. Hey, Gary Spinrad. Speaking of a Shivers reference. Spooky music. So you can have a good time with that. So we've got everything that we need here. I think that's all the cutscenes we can get to. Nope. There's one more Easter egg. Let's do it. You don't have to do it on this day, but it can be done on days 1, 2, and 4, I believe. But on day 3, it has a different variation. So you got to get about, let's see, where? About right here. There we go. And he'll make that sound. And if you do it 4 times, he farts. And of course, that sound is from Homer from The Simpsons, because they loved The Simpsons. I love The Simpsons, so that's not weird. That sconce. It's very interesting. Actually, I'll say it like this. I will play devil's advocate about that first puzzle. I don't know much about Seattle. I don't know much about biology. That's a little bit of Animal House reference there. You know, the song that plays in the lunchroom scene. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, it's possible that that piece of furniture is like bolted down to the ground, like that, and like the coffee table too, which maybe that's why he can't reach it, because like it's far enough in there where he just has no way where he can reach it. I don't know if they ever actually have done that in apartments, but that is kind of a weird apartment. For some reason, I don't see him going to a thrift store and buying a couch like that. You know what I'm saying? He sounds like a gray rectangular couch kind of guy. I mean, he wears the gray pocket tees. I don't think he did interior designing on that, is what I'm trying to get at. Anyway, if you get about right here, which is the location of Sierra's offices at that time in Bellevue, click about 8 times, you get up the Easter egg screen, which is playing elevated music from Shivers. And it's got different audio clips that play depending on how many points you get. Again, all right. Now you can. An interesting thing is a lot of times you can try to go to Dreaming Tree and it's simply closed, so there's no extra cutscenes or anything to be gotten when it is closed. But it is an extra screen that most people don't think about. Ah, yeah, Wintech. So let's go ahead and go into here. That's how I'll look anytime I'm walking through any place in my work. I just act suspicious all the time. The IT room. I'll get to the hammer thing and all that. But see, I don't know enough about IT stuff, at least during the 90s, to know what any of this is. These look like coaxials, but I don't know. Of course, I know it's just junk. So, let's go check out the hidey hole. And the most important cutscene in the entire game, moving boxes. You gotta remember, the 90s was big about box puzzles. But here, they save you the trouble of having to do a box puzzle by having you watch a guy move boxes. I don't know what's worse. That's the actual conspiracy. The W for Wintech is actually an M. They're a subsidiary of McDonald's. See, since I know the game so well, I like to try to think about the logic of the puzzles. Because I like to try to figure out what sense it made to the developers and how they intended for people to figure it out. Like, that's what I did with the game Elisa, The Awakening, because its puzzles can be a little obscure. And I like to do that with this game. One, it's an interesting meta-analysis. And two, it's just... it helps for, like, if you're going to give hints and stuff like that. Because I talk to people all the time and like to give them hints when they play through the game. And yes, I'm going to make this cutscene play. You get to watch him move boxes. I hope you fellas enjoy this. Wonder if I should change the size on it. I mean, I guess it looks fine. I got a lot of black space on the screen. I guess it's fine. It's whatever. There's also a bonus, I guess a bonus scene you can get, I think, if you go in here enough times. Or it may be after the fact. Let me try it again. Yeah, I think it's after you do some stuff. After you see Teresa. Maybe I could try to break into my boss's office. The master of unlocking here. I'm not going to bother trying to go in there. And again, here's another one. It's very similar to the puzzle at the end of day 1 in Phantasmagoria. But it's the only time you do it, in this game at least. Where you look at your wallet, and you click on it. Yay, ID. Because, you know, it's very similar to the puzzle in Phantasmagoria where you have to get the letter opener out of the cat statue. And also, if you use the brooch or the cameo, getting the pin out of the cameo. But it's the only time you do that in this game, but you do other inventory things in this game. Again, one of the things I was thinking of is how you could improve this game and how you could change the puzzles to make it easier for new players, particularly modern players. Because again, we all know back in the day, you probably played the game on hours on end to try to figure out the puzzles and stuff like that. You usually aren't going to punch up a BBS or IIRC chat or anything like that to try to figure out the puzzles. You might buy a strategy guide, but usually not. Let's get some water. And IRL too. No more. All right. I don't think anybody's here at the... Oh, there Tom is. Yeah. Let's talk to him.
Tom? Yeah, I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm finishing up the Venomman document today. I was just wondering what you want me to try to start next.
Oh. Let's see. I think I'll put you on the documentation for Allotheria 9.
Great. Thanks.
Oh, Curtis. Nice work.
Now, I think a lot of people do complain about how, like, you get some of this, like, workplace office stuff in the game that they find kind of boring, but it's also not stuff like that. It's completely not necessary, to actually go through. Of course, people usually end up seeing it because they're trying to figure out how to continue, but it's also not necessary, and it sort of acts as set dressing, versus something like the first Phantasmagoria game, where your interactions and cutscenes are all, it's a lot less, but there's not as much world building either. In that kind of sense. Let's show them our ID.
Hey, Tom. Listen, I was wondering if you knew why my clearance is so low. I can't even get to the cafeteria with my car key.
You're kidding.
No.
Well, that can't be right. I'll look into it for you, Curtis.
Great, thanks.
Now, some people complain, like, how could he not be being able to get into the cafeteria? And sometimes I think it might have been hyperbole, but then I thought about it. The reason why they go to the Dreaming Tree so much is because he can't get into the cafeteria. So he just goes there all the time to eat. Let's pay him. What? That actually worked.
Hey, I'm really sorry I'm late. This is going to sound really stupid, but my rat stole my wallet.
Well, at least that's original. You look tired, Curtis. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I've just been having some trouble sleeping lately, that's all.
If you ever have any kind of a problem, Curtis, I hope you know that you can come to me. You're a fine employee, and I'll always help you if I can.
Thanks.
I love Tom. He's great. How did the interview go, though? I need to watch a couple of the ones I missed, but I'm kind of backlogged at the moment with stuff like that. Unfortunately, I can't show him that. Trying to make sure I don't miss any additional cutscenes, because I'm trying to get through all the extra cutscenes except for ones that you have to pick one or the other. Let's go hit on Jocelyn.
You scared me, Curtis.
Oh, you weren't too scared of me last night, now were you?
Last night was so...
All right, Curtis. You're going a little hard at work. They can hear the sucking sounds from across the office. They're a very communicative relationship, aren't they?
Hi, sweetie.
Not yet.
Oh, Curtis. Why? Why all the secrecy? Are you ashamed of me or something?
No, of course not. I just don't want everybody knowing our business, that's all. I want you all to myself. Let's meet at the Dreaming Tree after work, okay?
Yeah, okay.
And you also have the problem where a lot of people don't really pay attention to the dialogue and the cutscenes, like that, where they say, "Hey, meet me at the Dreaming Tree after work." So once you get done with work, you're supposed to go to the Dreaming Tree. But a lot of people, they watch the cutscenes, but they don't really pay attention. Because I was thinking about something when somebody was playing the other day, that the text, what was, flavored text, letters, emails, stuff like that, and even cutscenes in a lot of video games are taken for granted now. Whereas back in the day, you watch something like this, it's part of the entertainment to watch the cutscenes, to read the letters and stuff like that. It's not just flavor text; it's there to be part of it. Because when you go back to reading books, right, versus watching a movie, you read the book, you have the whole world built out for you. You pay attention to every part of the book because is the entertainment. But here, we've gotten a little spoiled. I'll say it like that. I'm not going to do the kids these days thing, but it's kind of like that, where we kind of don't really pay attention anymore. And I feel like that hinders a lot of players too. It's your mighty. Give her some money for having to deal with me. Oh yeah, this. So a lot of people don't think to show her this because it gets this great. I won't say great. It gets this cutscene.
Hey. Thanks for the postcard.
Curtis, I didn't send you this. I've never seen it before.
No? Oh, well, it's just a joke then, I'm sure. It's Trevor. He's just screwing around.
Well, that's sus. And I think it's very necessary too for the part where with Therese later on and everything. Sort of adds to it, right? What else? Christmas party.
Hey, Jess. Remember the company Christmas party?
Oh, yeah. I remember after the party, too.
Wish she got to open up her present.
I didn't know you had that.
Hope he wore a stocking.
Kind of surprised that you let anyone take a picture of us out in public together.
Oh, he's kind of burned on that one. See, he just walks away. But you gotta admit, they're a little combative too, aren't they? There's a little bit of... Yo, Mask, how's it going? Thank you for the raid, man. Hell yeah. Let me, how do I do I think I have to... Can I do it through Restream? Who is that? Yeah. Let's see. I think I have to do it on this side. Do I have this function correct? Does that... It may not be set up correctly in my thing. Either way, he was, I do know what he was playing, though. He was playing Dead by Daylight. So it's like the first time you've played it, right? So definitely go check him out. He plays a lot of retro games. He plays some new stuff, some old stuff. Right now, he's working through playing the Dino Crisis games. And he's working on trying to get 400 followers because he's going to play through the entire Silent Hill series. I definitely want to see that. And you guys too. So definitely go check his channel out. And if you like what he has, give him a follow. He plays a lot of great stuff. Let me pull this back up. What was it? That game they played. He played the Shadow Tower game, which I'm super interested in. And I've got I've got a copy of the game, and so now I'm gonna eventually get to playing it. But I'm still working through the Parasite Eve game because I'm kind of going through the Chrysler Tower, and that thing is the Chrysler Tower is tedious. I can I can now see why you didn't want to go through with it. Why you didn't want to go do all that, because it's like, oh, I'm getting kind of. If I wasn't using like the turbo or the fast forward button, I wouldn't do it because it's just. Oh man. Oh wait, I wanted to go and do the other cutscene, where she talks, where he shows you the other photo. But definitely check him out, guys. You know, at least drop by, and then see what he's all about.
Look at this.
But do take my word for it, because I'm awesome.
Let me see. Your father is pretty sexy. But you look a lot like your mother.
See, I think that's really funny. I know it's got the subtext of him having his mommy issues, as a one way to say it. But it's really funny that she says, "Your dad's sexy. You look like your mom." All right, it's like Jocelyn wording a little bit, you know. I know that's a little bit of a fallacy, right? It's just because it's not explicitly stated, but still, you know. And here's a fun Easter egg. You click on his belly button a couple times. Where is it? About. Or is it Alt? There we go. Yeah, Alt click on his belly button a couple times and you get the floating head of Andy Hoyos comes to harass you for a little bit. There's a lot of goofy little Easter eggs in this game. Yeah, that's part of the thing is doing the Easter egg speedrun is knowing the right time to do them to save you the most time, because there's a lot of them that could be done on multiple days. I think this one could be done on almost any day where you can do this, where you can go to this screen. Let's have some more water. A little hydrate. Excuse me. See, because and also like another problem with the EX on it is that luckily you get to keep your named armor and stuff like that, and at that point you might actually know how to use the equipment thing, but there's still so much of a drag to have to sort of. I don't want to say it's bad or anything. It's just kind of tedious. 77 floors is a lot. Let's be honest. And then there's old Bob. Office politics.
Listen, if you're done with the Venom and files, you mind if I borrow them for an hour or so?
Forget it, rat boy. They wouldn't help you anyway. We both know that I'm the one that's gonna get that big promotion, so, piss off.
Thanks, Bob. As always, it's been a pleasure.
Oh, that finger thing. When Spoonie did this, he talks about how if you ever did that to him, he'd want to drag your ass out the parking lot, curb stomp you. And it's like, yeah, I could see the sentiment. That's for sure. Oh, thanks for luck, man. Yeah, definitely get some food, man. That finger thing, though. Of course, nowadays, me and my coworkers will flip each other off just for fun. But I'm also the kind of person, if I don't really try to have a problem with anybody, but if I don't feel like I have a good interpersonal connection with somebody, I typically just leave them alone. So, flipping them off and stuff like that, it doesn't do as much. Not for me anyway. I'd rather flip each other off, people that I have a good rapport with, because then it's kind of that funny back and forth. Or do the little circle thing, or, hit them with a D's nuts joke or whatever. Because it's that thing where it's a little bit of teasing, but we're cool with each other.
Hey, Treese. Could you please put the Sagawa file back onto the main directory? I'm going to need it soon.
What'll you give me for it?
He'll give her a crisp $5 bill.
Don't sweat it, Curtis. I'm checking it in right now.
Wait, do I have the emote?
Thanks.
Oh, crap. I don't think I have that emote anymore. Well, I made an emu. I made an emote for Blue Maloo on, after he played the first Phantasmagoria. That was just a cutout of the sprite of the $5 bill from the first game. It's a pretty good it's pretty good emote, because then we just whip it out every once in a while. $5 bill. So, but you have to be subscribed, and I'm kind of, until I can get this house, I'm going to be tight on funds, so I can't buy anything unnecessarily. Although I did buy a new mic stand, because that's another thing, is I had one of those really cheap arms, but I got a great deal of this at one of my local pawn shop, and it's like a hardcore one, like with a solid base. I mean, the thing weighs like 15 pounds. You know, it's got the, like, where it's got a weight on the other end of the mic stand, so you have to like balance it to get it at the right angle and everything. And it's from Radio Shack too, so I guess at this point it's a vintage, right? What was I doing? Oh yeah. I think I can only show her. I don't think I can show her any of the photos. Nope. I can just show her this.
Hey, Trees. I know you like old movie stars.
Oh, let me see.
Oh, Trees. Don't re-
Oh. Looks like someone's got a crush on you.
Something tells me Therese would be the kind of person that if you showed her a picture on her phone, she would swipe.
What?
It's from me.
Yeah, he's gonna have to take a step back and process that for a bit. It's got that old Oldsmobile hubcap on the wall there. Let's see. Back over here. Let's talk to our. Oh yeah, he's not here until we mess with our computer. And to our desk. A little robot clock and stuff like that. I love looking at the little accoutrements, I guess you could call it, on his desk. Because it's very interesting, you know. Oh yeah, I gotta show Bob one of those photos too.
Well, good morning, Sleeping Beauty. Well, were you up too late watching Beavis and Butthead or organizing your stamp collection?
Actually, I was up early this morning. My rat stole my wallet.
Yeah, a likely story. Yeah, you just couldn't haul your lazy butt out of bed, huh? Huh? I, on the other hand, have a social life.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I was out dancing until dawn. But here I am on time and fresh as a daisy.
A daisy, huh? You know, I could say something.
Don't you go there. Don't go there. I'll have to see you later, mean boy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love Trevor. He's great. The chemistry between both the actors are named Paul. Between those two is just absolutely amazing. I love it. All right, let's see. So now again, a lot of people. Of course, it's not too difficult to figure out. His password is Blob. Now, as you can see, the little text right there. That's one thing about the ScumVM version. For some reason, it can't play the audio files for these kind of things. DOSBox can. So instead, it just pulls up these subtitles, you know. But that may be something they're working on, that maybe not. I mean, again, when you're talking about a system that has like 200 games or so on it, it's like, yeah, there's going to be some stuff that they can't get to for a while. And I can't blame them. I mean, again, it's the easiest way to play it for most people anyway. And it has so many features, it's just such a benefit. Alright, so let's see, how shall I start? I'm gonna go harass Trevor first. And, well, first I'm gonna harass Bob. I think, too bad I can't show him my dirty postcard. I'd be like, hey Bob.
Hey, Bob. You taking the same date to the Christmas party this year? I figure she'll give you a discount now that she's turned 60.
Kiss my ass.
Ouch, what a devastatingly witty retort.
Hey Curtis, now if he's a gilf chaser, that's his business, all right. You don't have to be so cruel about it. Give him my screwdriver. Hey buddy. Maybe just pay him off. He'll feel better if I give him some money. There you go. Well, like one point that some people love to make is how he's got globes like crazy in his office. Look, globe, 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 globe. He loves globes. Maybe he's a fan of Carmen Sandiego, you know.
Hey, big time. What do you say we go out clubbing tonight, huh? Who knows, you might meet a girl. You know, one of those weird things with boobs.
I don't think so. Your wild social life's just a little too fast for me.
Tipper Gore's social life is too fast for you. Now, go away, Spud Boy, you bother me. Somebody has to get some work done around here. I mean, we can't all be Old Man Warner's favorite.
I do love the Tipper Gore reference too, because the first thing that made me ever think, consider, or care about politics was about censorship in video games. And Tipper Gore was one of the big people that was for it. Her, Joseph Lieberman, things like that. Because, of course, you know, they said, well, violence in video games teaches kids it's okay to be violent. And, of course, they talked about Columbine and stuff like that because the Columbine kids had played Doom, stuff like that, right? So I do like that reference. I wonder if it was intentional for her or...
Hey, Trev. I know your clearance is higher than mine. Have you ever been to any of the restricted areas?
No way, man. And I don't want to. Boy, they're probably like breeding 2-ton hamsters down there or something, man.
I love it. The chemistry is just so good. Let's see. Can't get my wallet. And you can't show them the nasty postcard, which a lot of people don't either.
Trev. What I got in the mail today.
Ooh. Well, somebody's hot for your little ass, you stud.
Give it a rest.
Just, have mercy on the poor girl when you find her, Fabio. You'll spoil her for all other men if you're not careful.
Fabio, also nice nice bit of 90s there. Trying to get comfortable in this chair.
Check it out. Do you remember that party at all?
No, it's all a blur of white rum, hot music, and really bad food. Damn good thing you're a perpetual designated driver.
Yeah, that's me. The sobriety poster child.
You know, I do seem to remember Bob blowing cheese on the dance floor, though.
And, yep.
Hey, Trev. Look what I found.
Mm-hmm.
Forgot I had this.
Oh, those your folks?
Mm-hmm.
Nice looking couple. No, you look a lot like your ma. Your eyes.
It does kind of make you wonder why, if he's so touchy about it, he would be going around and showing it, you know. Unfortunately, it is absolutely necessary to continue the plot. But of course, that's something that a lot of people have trouble with thinking to do. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Is to do stuff like that. Let's see. Let's go into Warner's office. Of course, I know people will mention the adventure game thing of rubbing everything on everything, but it is kind of true to try certain things. Like, obviously, handing them the screwdriver is not going to do anything, but you have photos, show them to them. Things like that people forget. And it is absolutely necessary to do some of that, to at least show the nasty postcard to Therese, etc., etc. Here's another fun little Easter egg. Wait, there we go. It's called Weasel Cam, but I was watching one streamer who is, I think she's Malaysian. I can't remember the name right now. Soapy, I think. And she's like, "Hey, yeah, that's actually what's called a mouse deer," and I'm like, "Excuse me, mouse deer?" And I looked it up, and I'm like, "Yeah, that's straight up something called a mouse deer. It is not a weasel at all." But for some reason, the Easter egg has been called by the developers or whatever Weasel Cam. So I guess that they had that and they used it to dress the set, and they just didn't know what it was. So that's a fun little bit of information I found out, and part of why I like watching streamers and talking with people, because then they teach you new stuff that you never knew about. I don't think... Does this one work? Ah. Nope, it doesn't. So now here is another weird aspect of this game. You have to go to Warner's desk, but you cannot open it until you do this cutscene.
Carpe diem. Seize the day. Yeah, well, seize this, Warner.
And so that is definitely one thing that messes up a lot of players, because it won't let you open the drawer. And it's so weird. That's one of the few design elements of this game that's kind of messed up, because why do you have to do that to even think to try to open the drawer? But let's look at his desk a little bit. Again, if I learned how to modify...
Stop it or I will. I'll kill you, you son of a bitch.
Hey, Bruno, how you doing? I need to figure out how to set up the shout out function in Stream Elements. I'm still learning how to do a lot of this intricate stuff, so I gotta set up a few other things in that. You know, again, there's not much you can do other than opening his desk. But again, that's one of the few times in this game I would say outright has a design problem. You shouldn't have to check the Carpe Diem thing to open a drawer.
Well, hello, Curtis.
Oh, Mr. Warner?
What can I do for you, my boy?
Oh, nothing, sir. I'm
Yeah, I agree with that. It is the end.
looking for a Word 8 manual.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
I'll have the systems group send one to you right away.
Great. Thanks.
Oh, he's so busted. Can you imagine getting busted like that? Snooping around in your boss's office.
I know.
Let's have a little bit of water. Here's another cutscene people often miss.
There's a lion at the watering.
Thanks, I'm doing alright too.
Hardly. More like a wildebeest.
I like you, Curtis. There's more to you than meets the eye.
There is, but also not really. It's a little column A, a little column B.
And the less I see of Paul Allen Warner, the happier I'll be.
I heard that, Curtis. Oh, what a great meme. Let me see. I don't think I can interact with anybody else anymore. I'm trying to make sure I hit as many cutscenes as I possibly can. Which I forget some of them because when you do the speedrun, you skip a lot of stuff. Alright. Let's call some people. And this is also another thing that a lot of people don't spend a lot of time exploring. I feel like that when a lot of people play it, they get so caught up in trying to go through the game and trying to beat it that they don't check out everything because they get stuck. So let's start by calling Trev.
Trevor Barnes.
Hey, Squid Boy. Did you catch Frankenstein on Channel 37 last night?
Afraid not, my man. As much as I love Boris Karloff, I was much too distracted by the handsome and dashing Jay Buckman to watch TV.
Ooh. Well, then I guess she'll be far too busy to watch the original Bela Lugosi version of Dracula, which is on the night.
Bella, well, perhaps Jay and I will watch it together. Nothing like a horror movie to get you a free feel or two. So, what about you? Have you found some devastating sorority girl to snuggle up and watch with? Or are you spending your usual evening alone with a can of Crisco?
Bite me, weasel dick.
And I don't think you can interact with them multiple times on the phone. Because then Curtis will say this. He'll be like, they'll say like I shouldn't mess with them, including calling yourself.
Hello, Curtis Craig. This is Ed McMahon. You've just won $10 bazillion. Mr. Craig, please. Mr. Craig, stop it. Your squealing has become painful. Have some dignity, man.
Ed McMahon. 8675309. Yeah, it'd be nice if they added that as an Easter egg. But you gotta love it. So 90s to reference the was it the clearinghouse sweepstakes and all that. There's just so many good little scenes that people miss.
Thank you for last night.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Warner. You were great.
Hey!
Oh, it's you, Curtis. Well, you were pretty good too.
Well, at least he's polite, right? He says thank you after he says thank you after sex. Very polite. And see, I'm gonna try it again, and it should do the same thing. Oh no, it has more cutscenes. Okay.
Jocelyn.
This is an obscene phone call.
Then shouldn't you be saying something obscene?
I want to chew through your bra straps like a rabid poodle. I want to smear your naked body with strawberry jelly. I want to pluck blueberries out of your quivering navel with my teeth.
Sorry, I don't talk to obscene phone callers. At least not silly ones.
I didn't know this cutscene existed. I'm supposed to be an expert in the game, but I don't know everything, right? Which is also why I want to play through it like this, but so I can learn stuff I didn't know. That's also part of why I watch it, because you learn new things about the game. Yep. Tom.
This is Tom Ravel. I'm not at my desk right now, so please leave a message.
Hi, Tom. This is Curtis. I'm just calling to let you know that the Venom document will be finished on time, and I'll just go ahead and post it. All right. Thanks.
That's probably the last Tom one, so I'm not going to bother.
Therese speaking.
Therese. Hi, it's Curtis.
Hi. What can I do for you?
Could you? I was wondering if. This is gonna sound really lame, but I just forgot why I called you.
That's okay. You can call me anytime you want, Curtis. Bye now.
Okay, anytime you want. Look at him. So awkward. I'm telling you, it's the rat powers. Stop bothering the nice young lady. Oh, she's a lot of things. I don't know if I call her nice. Yeah, like wants to talk to the king of the assholes. Why did I have to look up Paul Warner's?
Yeah, Peter Warner.
Sir, this is Curtis Craig.
Curtis, how are you, son?
Just fine, sir. Thank you. You asked me to let you know when the budget documentation was finished, and I posted it on the network late last night.
Fine work, son. Fine work. You're one of my best, you know that? I'll be keeping my eye on you.
Swear. Is it a surprise that his company was involved in evil stuff when you have a boss that acts like that? I don't think there's another cutscene. Nope. Alright, let's actually get some work done. Then again,
Crap, I changed my password. Oh, damn, what was it?
but then again, I've had bosses that were the kind that were really nice to you, but they were actually evil, so. So maybe it's better to have a boss that's outwardly evil than... To be honest, I keep having weird static discharges in my office at work too. Makes me kind of feel like I got punched. I actually got shocked one time when I touched my keyboard that has a metal body. I think it's why one of my monitors keeps cutting off. Then again, it may also be a bad monitor. I don't know. It was cheap. I got it from a thing. All right, let's go. I'm not gonna try to talk to anybody else yet. Let's talk to old Trev.
Hey, Trev.
Hey, my man. What's up? Jesus. What happened to your face?
What if I said I don't know? Shit, Trev, I think I'm going nuts.
Curtis, what happened? What, did somebody hit you or something?
I swear to God, I was just sitting at my desk, and somebody slugged me, but there was nobody there. That sounds nuts, doesn't it? That's just totally psycho.
No, of course not. Hey, remember when I got the flu and I thought Dolly Parton was in the closet with a chainsaw? Probably got a virus, Kurt.
Yeah,
It's COVID.
that's probably it.
Thinking with the variety of symptoms that COVID would give people, I wouldn't be surprised at some like weird symptom that makes you feel like you get punched in the face. Hell, the one time I've had it, it made me I was loopy as hell. Like the only time, like it was like a couple of stages below having the flu. Now the flu was the worst. I felt like I was gonna die when I had, I think it's type 1 flu or whatever. What was I saying? Oh yeah. But that's not the. But the coof, that had me feeling pretty bad too. It was nowhere near as intense though, or lasted as long, but still.
This is Jocelyn.
Hey, gorgeous, how are you?
I'm fine every time I think about last night. How about you?
Better now. I love the sound of your voice.
Oh, come on, Curtis.
I love you, Curtis.
I don't deserve you, Joss. Bye.
Come on, Curtis. Come on. Throw the girl a bone. Not that kind. Oh. Curtis. What are you gonna do? Wait, hold on. Yeah, don't forget to call yourself always.
Whoa, Curtis Gregg.
Hello, Curtis, you filthy little mother-licking.
That is so memeable too, by the way. That is such a great moment that can be memed. Just replace it with anything, like I did with the D's nuts jokes. All right, let's go and actually do some work. But first, we're going to do an Easter egg. See, this is like me actually at work. I don't do any work. I do about 5 minutes of paperwork and that's it. So of course, you see all these employees. There's no way to log into most of these. But both Jocelyn and Therese, you can log into theirs by using the simple password XXX. And then it'll say this, enter nudity code. You type in Adrian. Very nice. And there's a different sound clip depending on if it's Jocelyn or Therese's account. As far as I know, I don't think that actually activates anything. But I guess it's an Easter egg, it's a joke, it's whatever. Although there's something maybe with the censored versions, but I don't know. Of course, Paul Warner's, which if you got from the plaque in his office, is Carpe Diem with a space, but it doesn't work to log in, so there's nothing you can do with that. However, you can also log into Trevor's with, well, Tell you what, we'll worry about that later. Once we actually hear the cutscene where it's the clue for how do you log into his. So let's log into Curtis's again. And of course, you have the directory where you can see all their titles. Bob's the technical writer. Trevor's a systems programmer. Teresa's public relations. Oh, she certainly has public relations, all right. Curtis is a technical writer. Tom is the unit supervisor. Jocelyn is purchasing. And Paul Allen Warner is the vice president of R&D. Very nice. I'm not going to do any work yet. The tincture doc. Of course, you can see that they're doing work. You can see Bob. He's got the Venom document. The archive, which you can't access yet, I don't think. Nope. Okay. Let's go to his emails. And you've got Trevor with his funny emails. So this guy has a pair of bunnies, and the bunnies are really old. One day he wakes up and both the bunnies have died. He's really sad, and he can't stand the thought of never seeing them again, so he puts them in a silk-lined box and takes them down to the local taxidermy shop. He sets the box on the counter and says to the taxidermy guy, "These were my beloved pet bunnies. I want to keep them forever." The taxidermy guy says, "Okay, do you want them mounted?" "No," says the guy after a moment of consideration. "Just holding hands." "So how are you today, Curtis, old bunny meister?" And of course there's different replies. Straight reply, and you can send. Not too bad, Trev. Funny reply, where he sends his own little funny story. And sarcastic reply. Well, I'm going to send funny reply because it's a story, and I want to see what the story is. These three animals, a lizard, a turtle, and a rabbit, all go into the fertilizer business together. Oops. Their business starts slowly, but after a while they start getting more and more clients and doing pretty well. They move into a cute little cottage together. One day this little old possum lady asks if they can get some rare African new crap for her African violets. They drew straws and the rabbit was chosen to go to Africa and get it. Well, this happened a long time ago, so the rabbit had to go by ship. By the time he got back, several months had passed. He loaded up this big old wagon with new crap and went to his old house. He was really surprised to see it had been sold. So he asked for the turtle and lizard in town, and everybody pointed to this huge mansion at the end of the road. The rabbit knocks on the door, and a butler answers. The rabbit tells him that he's here to see turtle and lizard. The butler looks down his nose at the rabbit and says, "Just a moment." So the rabbit waits, tapping his foot. After a while, the butler comes back. He says, "They are busy, sir. Mr. Lizard is down in the yard, and Mr. Turtle is out by the well." So the rabbit just looks at him and says, "Well, you can tell that Mr. Rabbit is back with the shit." That's a good one. I like that. Anyway, fantasy. I like from fantasy. So, did she really start get a brand new email so that she could email these dirty things to Curtis? Stalker. Anyway, I started dreaming about you. We're making love in a cabin with a howling windstorm outside. The cabin starts to rip apart, but we don't care. We don't stop. We're sweating, groaning, screaming. When the wind picks us up and spins us around and around, I wake up panting, on fire for you. That sounds like a dirty version of Wizard of Oz, but that's just me. And you can't reply to it. Restricted areas, from Paul Warner. I've heard a lot of speculation and rumors about the nature of the areas restricted to the third floor employees. I would like to emphasize that these areas are restricted for your safety and the safety of our consumers. The clean rooms in the basement level must be kept free of particles and contamination. When I think of particles, I think about that scene in The Simpsons when they go all the way back to nuclear power where people are manually smashing the atoms, and Mr. Burns' father gets a guy to pull out his pockets and he counts atoms, saying that he's stealing. What? Anyway, must be kept free of particles and contamination so that our products are safe and reliable. The labs on the 4th floor are off limits due to the toxic and volatile nature of some of the chemicals involved in the creation of pharmaceuticals. Let's all work together with a typo right there, with the WinTech team and respect the other departments. Remember, no one is trying to keep you out. We want to keep you all in the WinTech family, that is. Good Lord. I love that sort of corporate, that soulless corporate speak stuff. Oh. From Andrew C. in Legal. We won. If you haven't heard the good news yet, WinTech won the lawsuit brought against us by Miss Fionnuala Jeter. Pianola? I've never heard that name before, so I don't know how it's pronounced. Regarding our Slimeril diet aid. We successfully proved in a court of law that Slimeril did not cause Mrs. Jeter's liver to shut down. That was caused by excessive consumption of mouthwash. Yeah, if she drank 5 gallons of it a day. Slimeril did not cause Mrs. Jeter to go blind. That was caused by reading in front of a color TV. But that's not true at all. Mrs. Jeter's hair was blue before she even began taking the product. Well, yeah, that is possible. But still, congratulations to the Wintech Law team for once again vindicating a perfectly harmless product. To celebrate our victory, Slimeril will be available in the company store for half price all week. Oh, good lord. Especially like in the modern days, talking about like pharmaceuticals and the side effects and all that kind of stuff is one of those like hot topics that's good to avoid because of everything that went on. I won't even go into it. So, Trevor, happy Monday. So these 2 leprechauns knock on the door of a church one day. The priest answers the door and says, "Can I help you, lads?" That is a terrible accent. One leprechaun steps forward. His friend just sort of hangs back, looking worried. The first leprechaun says, "Father, are there any leprechaun nurses?" Not nurses. If you can read English, like I am attempting to do, the word is nuns. Anyway, nuns in this church? And the priest says, "No, my son, there aren't." So the leprechaun says, "Father, are there any leprechaun nuns in this country?" And the priest says, "No, my son, I'm afraid not." So the leprechaun says, "Father, are there any leprechaun nuns in all of Ireland?" And the priest says, "No, my boy, there are not." So the leprechaun asks, "Father, are there any leprechaun nuns anywhere in the whole world?" And the priest says, "No, my friend, not one." The first leprechaun starts laughing wildly and jabbing his friend in the ribs. "Ha ha ha! I told you boinked a penguin." So let's see what the different replies are. "Thanks for the joke." He has his own story, and it's sarcastic. Well, we're going to go with the joke because I want to read it. So this little girl is walking her cute, fluffy little puppy down the street in Dublin when a priest comes up to her and smiles. "What a lovely little girl you are," says the priest. "What might your name be?" "Blossom," says the little girl. "Blossom," cries the priest. "What a lovely name. How did your parents come to name you that?" "Well," says the little girl, "when my mother was pregnant with me, she was walking past a beautiful flowering tree when a single blossom floated down and came to rest at her feet." "What a lovely story," said the priest. "And what might your little dog's name be?" "His name is Piggy," said the little girl. "Piggy," cried the priest. "What a charming name. How did you come to name him that?" "He screws pigs," says the little girl. And kids do say crazy stuff. So, of course, Jocelyn. "Hi, baby. I wanted to let you know that I'm thinking about you. Have a good morning. I love you." Joss. It's actually Joss Whedon that's emailing him. After the fan letter he sent about Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Let's see. I'll send the funny reply. "With your note in my inbox, dearest, I could sprout wings of pure joy and fly over to your cubicle." Which is going to be funny, because it's how I like to do. And let's see Trevor's response. "I bet you've known that joke since the 2nd grade, and you were just waiting all this time to inflict it on somebody, weren't you?" "Yes," is the short answer. Let's see. Wait, I shouldn't have logged out. Dang it. Whatever. Oh, that little hesitation. Let's check the emails again. Anything else? "You're sicker than I thought, Curtis. No wonder I like you. Very fun." Nope. So now let's actually do a little bit of work, shall we?
It's okay. It'll be okay. It's real. Good family's okay. He's real. No, he's not. Get that one. Get that one. No, he's oh. Good boy. Nasty. Oh, help me. And you dark and no. Oh, God.
Did they That's one thing I will say about that is that it's kind of weird. They just kind of like two guys pop in and like, well, we're just gonna take you. But then again, there's the whole like conspiracy whatever thing. Um, but I will say this: I think this scene is really memeable. I think there's a lot of stuff you could put in there to make it funny, like the sad scene at the end of a movie, or even something that's not really all that sad, or the death of a beloved celebrity. Different things like that. I just haven't found anything I think really hits just right. But it is perfectly memeable. And so, of course, you have to do this before you come before you.
Hello, Curtis. You miserable, insane wretch.
I'm not insane.
Are you not? But you know your mother was.
Not always.
You're right. She wasn't always the violent, gibbering, drooling lunatic she became, was she? You drove her to it.
I did not. I was only 6 years old.
Yes, a 6-year-old little monster who drove his poor mother to madness and finally to suicide.
No. Freak.
That look right there, that look he gives him, that's a I want to smash your head in with a brick look. That's such a good little piece of acting. Like, oh, he is, it's not like over the top. Like, it's that subtle mad where you're like, where anyone who knows is like, leave this dude alone, right? But, of course, that's the little things I like about that is that when you have trauma that affects you from a very young age like that, your mind builds that kind of narrative around it. That, oh, your mom was fine till you came along and you ruined her life, and that's why it happened. This, that, or the other, right? And it can be hard to break away from that. Especially when you deal with like people who are abusive or caustic or things like that, like with the way Bob is, you know, they can really build on that, especially because if people don't like you, they will often be judgmental and they can also be really hateful and say things like that, like it's your fault, right? Etc. etc. And again, and you see later on when he goes to the therapist that she kind of says basically to that effect, you're just a child. And so he knows that because again, he says it there, but also at the same time, he has that. You catch what I'm saying. Again, I love the writing of this game. I think it's very well written. It's very mature, emotionally mature. It promotes mental health and things like that. And it's very progressive, like not in necessarily, there's a lot of context to terms like progressive and all that kind of stuff, but it's progressive in the fact that it deals with like social and mental health issues, especially at a time where a lot of that stuff wasn't treated anywhere near the same way that this is. Like it has Trevor, a well-written character. He's homosexual, but he's written like a human. He's a little goofy. He's a little bit of a nerd, but he's like written like a human.
There's something wrong with me. God, I'm seeing things.
Curtis, hey, okay, it'll be okay. Look, let's get out of here for a few, huh? I'll send mail to Tom. He won't mind, okay?
Okay, now here's a cutscene. No, it's not. I can't do it just yet. I will talk to the waiter first, though.
Well, well, well. The boys are playing hooky. Shame on you.
Shame isn't part of my vocabulary.
Well, it must be. You just said it.
See what happens when you waste a good line on a straight boy?
I love the waiter, too. He's such a snarky little bud. I think he can match Witch with him, definitely.
All right, bud. I've got you trapped. Talk to me. What happened today?
I don't know. I saw something, that's all. Something I don't think was really there. And it said,
Curtis, for God's sake, I'm your best friend. You know you can talk to me, don't you?
I know. You remember how I told you about my mother going crazy and leaving my father and I alone?
Yeah.
It's not true. I mean, I thought it was, but until a few days ago, I remembered that she hung herself from her ceiling fan.
Jesus, man. That's harsh. No wonder you're so flipped out. Curtis, don't take this personally, okay? But have you thought about talking to someone? I mean, all that stuff about your mother, that's an awful lot for you to deal with alone.
Yeah, I thought about it, Trev, but look, I'd rather be dead. I'd rather be dead than have to go back there.
Hey, nobody's talking about sending you back. Just talking about counseling, okay?
Yeah, okay, I'll think about it. Look, you're the only one I've told about this so far. You're not going to tell anyone, are you?
Of course not, fool. Are you kidding? My own therapist has made me so close to perfect. I never tell secrets. I never tell lies. Hell, I don't even crap anymore. I just excrete rose petals from my belly button.
Like, I
Feels so
got stuff
natural.
I gotta do at work. If I have enough energy, I'm gonna go slog through it right now.
Well, me too, come to think about it. So, what do you think? Let's get the hell out of Dodge. Let's go, Miss Kitty.
It's just naturally, the chemistry between them is so natural. He's so naturally charming and all that. And again, I like to I say this all the time. And again, maybe I'm, what do you call it? Belaboring the point, but he's written like a person, right? He's not written like a caricature, you know. Um, and so it doesn't feel like this, that, or the other. He feels like a person, and you can, and it makes him really charming, and then you enjoy watching him, you enjoy interacting with him, and that's kind of the thing, right? Is that you want a character that's written like a character and not like a set of check marks, or where the only aspect of their identity is this one thing, regardless of what they are, you know. But especially for the time, you did have to worry about some things like that, where you know, especially LGBT characters in general, although they were almost always going to be a gay male, depending on the situation, was that many of them were either jokes, or treated as very, very stereotypical, right? Of course, there's a lot of aspects to that and about people's expectations, and there were aspects of, I wouldn't say so much as censorship, but let's be honest, where the FCC and all that did have, and was it the MPAA and all that have, they had a hand in what you were allowed to show and say and all that kind of thing. How do I? Dang it. What am I missing to have to trigger that cutscene? I don't think I... See, I speedrun it, and even I'm forgetting what it takes to trigger the other cutscene. Oh yeah, I gotta go talk back with What's-Her-Face. Let's go talk with Trev again, because I think there's more. Nothing? Okay. Yep.
Trees? Ask you a question.
I'll be right back and get some water.
Anything.
Do you think there are things in the world beyond what we can see?
Yeah. I think we're surrounded by things we cannot see. Things we cannot see until we start looking for them.
That cutscene is absolutely necessary to advance the game. Which, you know, that's fine. It's not as egregious as the Carpe Diem one, so.
Therese. How are you?
Horny.
Excuse me?
You heard me. Let's cut the crap, Curtis. I find you very attractive.
Listen, Therese, I have a girlfriend.
I don't care about that. I want to be a prom date. I want you. I want your flesh. And your sweat.
You want my blood too? You gotta give it to him, that like little, that kind of goofy smile he does. Is kind of, it's a little funny. It's a little cute. He kind of gives that kind of awkward little smile. And this should be another cutscene right here too. Yeah, here we go. Ew. Let's go back. Nothing? Okay. Is there an extra cutscene? Yep, there is.
Therese. Listen, about what happened in the network room today. Like, I really like you a lot, but I'm seeing somebody
Yeah,
right now.
5 minutes ago.
Listen. Listen to the language of your flesh. It's telling you what to do.
She loves saying flesh, doesn't she? We don't say it nearly enough, I guess, as a species. I don't think there's anything I could say to Bob yet. Nope. Because you gotta go activate the rat boy. How about no, good buddy? Sorry. How do I do this? Wait, what? Here we go. How do I activate this? Oh, come on. See, I don't know how to do this kind of stuff. There we go. Why was that turned off? There we go. I don't think there's another Trevor message, no. I don't know why I'm letting these cutscenes play out. I don't think there's any more phone calls I can make. But I'm going to try anyway. I love just messing around. Just to catch all the cutscenes, because there's a lot in here that a lot of people miss. And I think it's good to check it out. But we have to go back and do our little work. And time for the best puzzle ever. Let's check and see Ooh, we got a lot more emails. Let's go through them. Jocelyn says, "Hey, love, I know you're having a tough day. It'll all work out. Don't you worry. I'll give you a nice, deep back rub tonight, and I'll make you forget all about it." We do straight reply, sarcastic reply, funny reply. Let's do straight reply. Give a little, Bob A. Oops. "Hey Curtis, I just want to tell you that I checked the tool documents into the wrong, that you checked the tool documents into the wrong directory. I had a deadline and couldn't find them anywhere. I finally found them in the new products directory when they should have been in the new clients, of course. Not a big deal. No permanent damage was done this time. Just wake up and pay a little more attention, my friend. Bob." Now see, this is one thing, and I'm going to talk about this because I have to deconstruct everything. I like how when they have the cutscenes and they talk to each other, they're extremely angry at each other. But you get this email and it's hard for someone to say just what, where he says, "Not a big deal, no permanent damage. Just wake up and pay a little more attention, my friend." He doesn't act like a dick. Like, I mean, you could say my friend is a little sarcastic, but it really isn't that angry or anything, right? However, I also give it to this. It's one thing when you talking to each other in the office and you tell someone to piss off. It's another thing in an official company email, right? So maybe he's being polite, as opposed to person where they act like dicks. Gaslighting, yeah, yeah. That's exactly it. He acts like a dick everywhere, but then he goes here and acts nice. And then so if there was to be an HR issue, he could say, "Hey, I've been perfectly cordial to him." People love doing gaslighting. From Curtis Craig to me. "Hi, everyone. I just want to let you know that I'm a murderer. I killed my mother. I made her do it. She hung herself because I'm such a freak. Because I'm such a monster. You should have seen her, with her eyes bulging out of her face like rotting cherries, and her tongue all black and purple and fat and piss dripping down her leg onto the rug. You remember, Curtis, don't you? Remember? You remember? You remember, you little freak." I'm not going to shout, but to be honest, now of course some people are like, he really sent that. Of course, I think some people forget that he's already started seeing a little hallucinations, but also at the same time, this seems like some goofy stuff I would actually send to somebody in the company. I probably wouldn't actually email it, but I've emailed memes before. Anyway. Animal testing. Due to pressure from various animal rights groups, Wintech will officially end all animal testing on the 1st of next month. Sadly, this will result in our having to let several employees go. There will be a farewell party for Dr. Fritz Rhesus Harmon in the 4th floor conference room next Friday at noon. The Rhesus is a good one. If anybody knows that, what is it? It should be just a monkey and not an ape. Let's see, just a second. I'm going to double check myself. Yeah, the Rhesus monkey, because I'm pretty sure it was believed to be one of the origins of HIV in humans. Like, due to hunting of the animals, it ended up causing the virus to transfer to humans and eventually became HIV, right? So it's kind of fucked up to have a nickname of somebody be Rhesus. But I think that's one of those like little subtle jokes or subtle references in there that a lot of people probably, that I wouldn't say a lot of people. That might sound, I'm not trying to be judgmental. What I'm just trying to say is that there's many people that probably will miss it because not a lot of people know about that aspect of it, at least. It's not HIV isn't talked about as much in recent years, at least. We are proud to announce that Wintech will now be giving 1/4 of 1 cent for every $1,000 net profit made on the drug Urethroset to the International Save the Gunslug Foundation. What a charitable bunch. When we discovered that our harvesting of the South American yellow gum tree was destroying the little gastropods' homes, we did the only honorable thing we could. The slugs will be safely recoded to the black gum forests of Australia, which I'm sure they will find very similar to their old home. Well, that sounds like a very smart thing to do, to introduce new wildlife who might possibly become invasive. I love that. One quarter of 1 cent for every $1,000 net profit. Look, I understand about gross profit percentages and all that, but Jesus Christ, guys, come on. But again, that's probably the joke. Is you know, it's an evil corporation, right? Here we go. Oh, this is a good one. So this guy goes into a pet shop and they have a parrot for sale, really cheap. Cheap? I don't know. Ask what's his name? Tommy Wiseau. Anyway, he buys a parrot and takes it home. He puts it in a cage and starts cleaning his house because his mom is coming over that night. He's dusting a shelf next to the parrot and he says, "Aren't you a pretty bird?" And the parrot says, "Kiss my feathery ass." So the guy says, "What did you say?" And the parrot says, "You heard me, asshole." Then the parrot just launches into the total into this total blue streak, calling the guy every foul thing in the book. The guy gets mad and sticks the parrot in the closet. The parrot yells through the door, "Let me out, you shithead." So the guy gets really mad and he puts the parrot in the freezer. He hears the parrot banging and cussing, and then the room goes silent. The guy thinks, "Oh no, I didn't mean to kill him." And he opens the freezer. There's the parrot sitting on a bag of frozen peas with his wings folded primly. The guy holds out his finger and the parrot steps timidly onto it. The parrot looks into the guy's face and says sincerely, "I'm sorry for being so rude to you earlier, sir. It'll never happen again. May I ask you a question?" And the guy, who is totally astonished, says, sure." And the parrot says, "So what did the chicken do?" I love that one. And we're going to do the funny one because it's a good one. So there's this lady who has a total asshole for a husband. I mean, nothing makes the guy happy. He bitches at her morning, noon, and night. But she sticks with him because she loves the creep. It's her husband's birthday, so she goes to a pet store, thinking a little companion might cheer him up. When she looks at the puppies and kittens, though, she gets discouraged because she figures he'll just eat them for breakfast. She starts to leave when she spots this absolutely gorgeous little purple bird in a great big cage by the cash register. She runs up and asks the clerk, "How much for that bird?" He says, "Lady, you don't want that bird. It's a crunch bird." And she says, "What's a crunch bird?" So he opens the door of the cage. He reaches under the counter and pulls out a pillow and sets it down. He takes a couple of steps back and says, "Crunch bird, that pillow." The crunch bird just rockets out of the cage and demolishes the pillow in a matter of seconds. I mean, there wasn't a piece of cloth or stuffing bigger than a crumb. Then the crunch bird goes demurely back into its cage. "I'll take it," cries the lady. "My husband will love it. It's as nasty as he is." So the clerk sells her the crunch bird, and she takes it home. She walks in the door and calls, "Honey, happy birthday. Wait till you see what I got you." He walks in wearing baggy boxers and a stained undershirt. Cranky as usual, says, "Yeah, right. It's probably really stupid." And she says, "It's not stupid. It's a crunch bird, see?" And she opens the door so he can get a better look at it. He just sneers and says, "Crunch bird my ass." Nice. Of course, he could have opened the cage, or he could have showed the ladies, like, "How about this? It's a, I don't know, some sort of D's nuts joke. I can't think right now. Let's see, where did I go? Charity contributions, birds of a feather, your career. Curtis Craig from Jonas Craig, his daddy. Well, at least he still ran emails as a ghost. "Hello, son. You've turned into quite a fine young man, haven't you? You've done better than I've ever thought you could, considering that you should have died in your mother's womb and saved us all a lot of pain." Oh, so he's doing one of those, he's doing what they call negging, where he's doing the backhanded compliments, basically. I think it's time for you to follow in my footsteps. To get you ready for your promotion, you'll be attending a charming little academy in Poland. I'm sure you'll have fun there. I know I did. Don't forget to pack your vapor rub. The smell gets pretty overpowering sometimes. Pack your bags. I'll be over to pick you up tonight at midnight. P.S. You might not recognize me at first. I've lost a lot of flesh. Look for the guy with the necklace of eyeballs and teeth. I'm pretty sure academy in Poland might actually be a reference to Auschwitz. Is that in Poland? I'm not an expert on European geography. Yeah, it is. Okay. So yeah, that's what I think that's probably what that's a reference to. Sales this month. Good news, all. The sales of our new anti-inflammatory, a new anti-inflammatory Furo616 have reached a record-breaking high under its commercial name Swellies. This product is our bestseller since Itch Out. Congratulations, everybody. In addition, sales of our new antidepressant HHJJ13 are climbing steadily despite the lawsuits. Andrew C. and marketing assures me that its litigants don't have a leg to stand on. Good job, everybody. To be honest, with the effects that that other lady had, they probably don't. They literally don't have a leg. Anyway, I think Furo616 is a reference to Alien 3. What year did that come out? 92? 92, damn. Right on the nose. Because, you know, they go to the planet, it's Fury 616 or Furia? Fury 616. 161. Fiorina 161 or Fury 161. So it's kind of similar, Furo 616. So I think that's a reference to it. 616 also being a reference to the number of the beast, because depending on the specific interpretation, it's either 666 or 616. It depends on how you read the numbers, based on the translation and stuff like that. They're considered interchangeable, in general. So. Building renovations. Hi, everybody. As you all know, Wintec Building just celebrated its 50th birthday. Our grand old girl is in good shape, but it turns she needs a little facelift. The rear entrances will all be closed for the next 3 weeks so that we can repaint, retile, generally spiff up that whole area. Sorry for the inconvenience, but it'll be worth it in the long run when we have a building that puts the rest of the warehouse district to shame. Thank you, Eileen. Now that Eileen, that's a reference to Silent Hill 4. It's not actually, but it's fun to say. When I first played this game, I thought his response to the emails would change how they responded to you in the FMZ scenes, but nope. It would have been neat if they could have done that. That is true. Like, if you were acting kind of like a jerk, like, at least have some reference to it, that could have been interesting. I think there probably is a couple of little missed opportunities in a lot of it, but considering that they kind of ran over budget and had to cut it off short, they did add a lot with what they were able to do. But they probably have to get out the asbestos too, because that's one big thing that was going on in the 90s, was a lot of having to get rid of asbestos. Particularly one building that was affected a lot by that was the World Trade Center, because there was quite a few floors that had asbestos removed, which is, anybody who doesn't know, asbestos was used as fire protection. And what happens when you have no fire protection, and then the metal gets hot enough to a degree that it causes it to lose a large portion of its structural integrity for a very tall building. The rest is history. So that's one of the things that contributed to its downfall. If we're talking like scientific stuff, we're not going to get to any kind of politics related to it. Just, that's one thing that I did find very interesting. And of course, it's a tall ass building, so it's something that would take absolutely forever to remove asbestos. Speaking of removing asbestos, I know you, Ozzy, said you haven't seen Session 9 yet, but Session 9 does involve a crew of people whose job is to remove asbestos. And they go into an old an old asylum. So, what year was it, Session 9? I was about to think that there might have been a reference to this in there, but I was the one that started talking about asbestos. 2001, so yeah. Which had Session 9 had a lot of references made to it in Silent Hill 3. It's a great movie. And yeah, asbestos is so super mega ultra dangerous. And again, it's one of those things that it had a benefit of protecting against fire, and it had the negative benefit of giving you cancer. So, we had to find something else. Anyway, career opportunities. Dear Mr. Craig, we've been following your career for quite some time now. We've decided to make you an offer. We know that you're currently employed as a copywriter, but we feel that you have an endless natural talent in the field of murder. We believe that with a little practice, you could become the world's next Ted Bundy, Jeffrey Dahmer, who knows, even a Hitler or Stalin. Please send us a copy of your resume along with a dismembered human body and a quart of goat's blood. We are all looking forward to working with you. Asmodeus, Astaroth, hey, it's you! Belial and Scratch Incorporated. Oh, yeah. Because nobody should even step into the building until they remove all the asbestos. Like, it's just too dangerous. And I imagine it took them a long time, too. Because, like, they have to be super careful, and there's so much of it that has to be removed. And you have to be thorough. If you're not thorough at all, that's all it takes is a little bit to be a problem. But, let's also not forget that, asbestos came about, and there's a time during the 50s that you could actually buy, like, a kid's science kit or something like that. It may have been before. It may have been before the 50s, but I think it was in the 50s. There's actually a kid's science kit that legitimately had uranium in it. Of course, me, I'm like, I kind of want to go back because I would want to buy one. Um, because hey, it would make for an amazing cloud chamber, that's for sure. Because you can build a cloud chamber pretty easily. And to talk more about science, anyone who is interested in cloud chambers, you could buy radioactive lead, but if you want something easy, a Americium 241 is in smoke detectors. Again, just be careful on handling it. Don't handle it with your bare hands and things like that, because it is still radioactive, so it is dangerous. And what's interesting is Americium 241 is a byproduct of nuclear power. Anyway, oh yeah, um, like especially yeah, because if you've ever seen the Goetia, the Lesser Keys of Solomon, uh, stuff like that. I think all those names are in it, of like different dukes and presidents of hell and things like that. And they all have their own sigils and stuff, and the tetragrammaton and all that kind of stuff. It's super fascinating. I read it years and years ago. I actually had a copy of it. Stuff like that's super interesting to me. Anyway, see, that's one thing is I can go on forever talking about this kind of stuff. Wintech's 30th birthday. We celebrate our 30th anniversary next month. There will be a company-wide picnic held at the Gasworks Park. More details to follow. On a more serious note, I'd like to put an end to the rumor I've heard circulating that lately. Our building was never used for biological warfare experiments by the U.S. Army. This structure, known as the Donner Building before it was purchased by Wintech, was owned by a research group called Future Psychics. Physics, not psychics. Learn to read, me. Their experiments were primarily in the area of electromagnetic fields. There's no truth to the rumor that there are deadly hemorrhagic fever viruses contained in the basement. There are no mutated salamanders in the water system. Thank you, Eileen. Donner Building. Of course, a lot of people know about the Donner Party. So I think the stuff they used for the Indiglo watches was radioactive to a very small degree. Yeah, I think I heard about that too. Like, there's like lots of weird stuff back then that was just straight up radioactive. We knew about radioactivity, but we didn't realize how dangerous it was. Like how severely dangerous it was. Of course, a lot of things are radioactive. The human body is radioactive. Bananas are radioactive. But again, it's a matter of degree, right? Um, and hell, there are certain types of night sights that you can get on firearms that glow. I forget what the material's called, and I think they glow due to radioactivity also. But again, it's like super, super, super light, right? Um, Again, probably less than what a cell phone produces. Anyway, in response, she said, "Just don't perch on my head and preen, okay?" Josh said, "Not nearly as much as I am, winky face." She's got them emojis going on. And then Trevor says, "Where can we get a Crunchbird, man? Crunchbird Warner's ass. Yeehaw." I love him. I love him. Where's Trevor in IRL? I don't think there's any more cutscenes with anybody, so I'm just going to go ahead and... Oh! And then the glorious puzzle. The Rat Boy. This one catches a lot of people because they're not sure exactly what it could be. I think some people think it might be father or mother, which is not unreasonable with the letters that pop up. And again, once you get here, you start seeing the hallucinations of the words up here and stuff changing to different insults and horror stuff. But I was able to help someone with this by telling them, hey, you can review cutscenes, because again, the first thing you think of, well, somebody messed with my computer, right? Who is it? Again, Spoonie broke down the logic of this, and it's pretty simple. You can't talk to him about it. Obviously it's not Therese, it's not Jocelyn. They're not going to do something like that to your computer. And as you go around the office as if you were to ask somebody, but you can talk to Bob.
Bob, would you happen to know what happened to the network this afternoon? My document appears to be missing.
You lost your document? That's a new level of incompetence even for you.
Yeah, it's just people like that who just like outwardly just insult you and things like that. Is just tiresome, you know? It's really tiresome. You get a lot of that on the internet, as I like to, mention about how social media is evil and everyone wants to argue about politics and stuff like that. And people just can't help insulting each other. And even when you try to be fair and say, look, I'm not going to deal with someone who just insults me. Well, they're like, well, I'm not insulting you. I'm calling you something as a matter of fact. And it's like, what? Just whatever. And of course, when you have people that try to, I don't know, when you dismiss the feelings and the perspective of other people, you just really can't talk with somebody like that. I don't think it's that people actually are lacking of empathy. It's just a case of what I like to call it is induced sociopathy. That because of the nature of the internet and beliefs and other stuff like that, and the what do you call it, the dopamine hits that you get from doing this, that, and the other, people act as if they were non-empathetic or sociopathic. And it's really annoying and cruel. Like, you can't have a reasonable discussion with people. However, when I have encountered people who can have reasonable discussions and are fair and make good points, I will, one, validate them on that their point is fair or that I agree with part of it or that it's not unreasonable. And I'll also thank them for being very reasonable. Eviscerate her. I saw that. Just because I think it's very good to try to help positive reinforce those things so that people can learn, hey, maybe it's not so bad to be a reasonable person. But anyway, you could review the cutscene and remember the first thing he said was, "Hey, rat boy." So, of course, that's the solution. And this has a lot of caveats to like when the letters refresh and things like, oops, oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, rat boy. And then boom, we do the last puzzle or the last piece of work.
Great. Time to get out of here.
But again, because you can figure out that it's obviously Bob that did it because you have the little cutscene where he basically just insults you for it, then all you have to do is put together that what he's trying to tell you, put together that he did it, so what would he put there? Well, Rat Boy, right? So anyway, we watched the cutscene with Trevor, and one thing that Trevor mentioned was his belly button, and that's the password to access his account. So you can go into games, and you can play Pong. Yeah, we're not going to play the games for a long time. Winvade, which is Space Invaders. It's like, Trevor, you've just been playing video games this whole time. And then Wind Trek, which is just basically like Star Trek. You can spin around, and you can die also. It's very loud, so I'm not going to do that. But also, if you do Alt and click Winvade, you get a special version of it that has more enemies. And then you eventually, if you beat it, you get to fight a version of I think it's Andy Hoyos' head. They love putting his head in this game. Let's see if I can do it. Yeah, here we go.
Hi, sweetie.
Yep. So you see, yep, now you get to fight a special version of it.
Kiss my ass.
Very fun. Oops, I didn't log out. I'm gonna go ahead and you have to make sure. This is one of the things I was trying to I tested for the speed run. Is that you stay logged into whatever you were logged in the last time that you go into the computer, and but there's no way to utilize that for the game because when you leave your computer for the first time, it automatically logs you out. So going back in takes more time than it does to log in whenever he goes the next day. No need to go home because there's nothing special there. Did I miss any Easter eggs? I did. Fuck. I did missed an Easter eggs. Can I go ahead and leave? I can't. Oh well. That would have been awesome too. Like a very basic King's Quest or something. Damn. There's an Easter egg where he hops around, so I did miss one Easter egg, admittedly. Unfortunately, I can't go back. Uh,
Hi, sweetie. How was your day?
Pretty much sucked.
Curtis, I want to be there for you. I want to help you when you're feeling bad. You just mean so much to me.
You're there for me, Joss.
I know, I just wish... I wish I could be there all the time. That's all.
of course, wouldn't it be? I think would it be nice is if they made an updated version of this game that changed some stuff and then did that, like add in King's Quest or something else like that.
Oh, look at the two little lovebirds. Aren't they cute?
Keep your voice down.
What for? Why are you always trying to hide this gorgeous lady, Curtis? I mean, if I was you, I'd follow her around with a spotlight.
See, I love him. He's savvy. He knows what's going on. Let's see. I don't think you can view the menu yet, so.
What's the matter, Joss?
Oops.
Curtis, I know when we started seeing each other, we said it was just for fun. No commitments. And I meant it, too. I really did. Well, sometimes things change. I love you, Curtis. And I'm not trying to smother you or anything. I just want to be with you. I just want to be with you.
And that's a nice little bit of continuity that as the milkshakes get lower, they get lower on this screen as well. They did do.
Joss, do you remember that night we went to the park? Oh, God, it was so hot.
We brought a loaf of stale bread to give to the ducks.
Don't give ducks
And
bread.
they all came. I never knew there could be so many ducks in one pond.
Give them peas.
And you ran from them.
Oh, they were going to eat me. You remember what happened when we got rid of them?
Of course I do. Speaking of eating.
Oh,
It
God.
was so hot. Your skin was so slippery.
We found that dark spot underneath that tree. We had to stop moving anytime anybody came close. And you made those sounds, those sexy whimpers, because you couldn't stand it.
Kill that slut. Kill her like you killed your mother.
I hate it when my evil twin follows me to the restaurant. Jeez. I mean, I know he's kind of. Now, this is why I don't take him out in public. I know he's mad about it, but.
Curtis, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Joss. I'm not feeling very well right now.
Oh, baby. Do you want me to come over tonight? Make you feel better.
Yeah, that sounds nice. Let's get out of here, okay?
Whatever you say.
Bet you will. And then the ultimate puzzle in the world. Paying the check. See? There you go. Oops, I didn't mean to skip it. Fuck. Let's go back so we can watch that. Come on. I didn't mean to click it. I know what I was doing. Where is it? Son of a bitch. I should be making saves so I can like do stuff. Talk to Bob, talk to Treese, show keycard Trevor, talk to Trevor, Curtis, call Paul. After being slugged. Talk to Max while at the Dreaming Tree with Trevor. Jocelyn meets Jocelyn. Paul discovers Curtis is honest. The fourth time. It's not the fourth time, is it?
Curtis, are you alright?
No. Dang it. I'm trying to do it quickly. What am I missing? Curtis's parents. Whatever. I messed up. That's fine though. Hey, look, tractor bug. So you can't activate these Easter eggs because once you go to the Dreaming Tree, you're kind of stuck. So. Oh, Easter egg. Hold Alt, and then you wiggle it above her boobs, and you get that sound. And she slaps you. Yep. So you can infinitely do it. And then, so doing it one is like, I believe 2 points, and then getting the slap is another one, and then getting the cheering is another one. So you have to hold Alt while you do it.
What? What are you thinking about?
Yes.
You're right, it is. I think Dark Shocks had mentioned that to me. It's been a while since I've seen Splash, but yeah, Dark Shocks had mentioned that too. Now, I think a lot of people like censor it, but I'm not going to bother because it's not really that bad, so. I mean, Spoonie... Wait, no, Spoonie censored it. I don't care. It's the 90s. Plus, my stuff's not monetized anyway, so I don't care. Kids shouldn't be watching this game anyway. But anyone who isn't associated with CWC should watch Monique Parent's the interviews and the stuff she did with them, because she does talk about like how stuff like this and everything made her get into doing intimacy coordination, which some people kind of don't like. Also, I think this is interesting that it actually shows them getting a condom, which even with the advent of understanding about safe sex and the stuff like that, it still wasn't shown very often in movies. Even nowadays, they don't even, you know. So that's a little progressive. But back to the thing about Monique Parent, about how she talks about the need of Hollywood for intimacy coordinators and stuff like that, because doing sex scenes can be weird and awkward, and it can be difficult for people, especially if they have issues like, speaking of Splash, Daryl Hannah is on the autism spectrum. I myself don't necessarily like to be touched by strangers, so. Hell, a good example of somebody who has a lot of limits is, what's his name? I don't know why I keep forgetting his name, because I love him. Curtis, that is not how you do foreplay, or whatever. Neil McDonough. Dono? Whatever. He's the guy that played Damien Dark on, in the Arrowverse, right? He explicitly said that in movies, TV shows, and stuff like that, he will not even kiss another woman. Because he wants to remain completely loyal to his wife, even in an acting sense, right? Which I think is kind of wholesome and cute. Some people didn't like that, but in general, I think it's super cute and wholesome. And it's not unreasonable to say, I don't want to kiss a stranger.
Say goodbye to your hard drive, asshole.
You know, and that kind of goes into the same thing about the limits of what people are willing to do or not willing to do. You know, some actors are willing to do nude scenes, some are not. Some actors might be willing to do sex scenes, some are not. And I think a personal opinion about a lot of that is I don't like sex scenes in a lot of movies and stuff like that because they're usually very awkward, they're unrealistic, and to be honest, a lot of times you can get away by just cutting off. Like have them start making out, go to the bedroom, whatever, and then cut it away, and it doesn't really take anything from the movie. I mean, I've never seen a movie where I'm like, you know, I would a couple of more, you know, 10 thrusts is good, but you know, they could have 15 thrusts and it would really improve the story. And also apparently like censors and stuff actually do limit the number of thrusts and stuff like that you can actually do in scenes and stuff based on the rating and stuff. This is from what I understand. I'm not involved in the industry at all, but apparently there's a lot of weirdness going on with that. Or whatever. Again, you can do the alt and click on this, and as you do it every day, you get another book. Books 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for the 5 days. Let's see. Oh, no wallet under the couch? Oh yeah, let's go back to the bedroom because there's an Easter egg here. First, let's check this. Condom's gone. Good job, buddy. But he only had one. So anyway, if you do alt 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, control 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or is it control? Yeah, control, click it 6 times, hold alt, click it 6 times, and then click it.
I'm whizzing with the door open, and I love it.
Very nice. At least it's a game that references that people actually have to go to the bathroom. And another thing is, are these paintings really something that Curtis would choose to put in his house? To go back to the thing about the couch and all that kind of stuff, I think it's very possible that he just lives here and that he didn't really do any kind of interior decorating.
Hey, Miss Bob. Hey, pretty girl. Yeah, you're the prettiest rat in the world, aren't you? All right, just don't get cocky, huh?
Because I guess I don't know what the culture of like people of like what people would be willing to do with their apartments and stuff like that, you know? Now that's true. Or yeah, I think that there's some of that too. You know, and don't get me wrong, now there's some fine actors and actresses out there, and seeing them in and see them with nudity or sex scenes is not necessarily unwelcome. But also at the same time, sometimes it goes a little too far, right? Because again, also there are movies that have different types of things, like whether it be scenes with assault, or I guess I'm going to say statutory intercourse, or even other things like that that are, you know, violent crimes, not just crimes but violent actions. And we don't necessarily want to see that, you know. Sometimes it's like you only need to make you make a strong implication because and so, you know, I think sometimes it's better to dial it back a little bit, be a little conservative, right? At least they gave us a crossfade for that dialing. Spoonie was so right about that.
Hi, my name's Curtis Craig, and I was referred to Dr. Harburg by somebody, and I was wondering if I could make an appointment.
Certainly. Let me see. You're in luck, Mr. Craig. We have a cancellation today at 5:30.
Okay, I guess.
Wonderful. See you soon, Mr. Craig. Bye-bye now.
I think you're right that there's definitely a lot of that where it's like, hey, this game's got, like, especially when the games do tell you that they have nudity and stuff like that. Some people are like, ooh, nudity? Hell yeah. Violence? Sex scenes? Hell yeah. You know, again, like the first game has got violence, not necessarily female nudity. It has some side boob in the intro, but although one thing I did read is that apparently Now, this is what I read, and again, I don't know how accurate it is, that supposedly they had actually filmed, or were going to film, or something like that, a topless scene, but then they cut it out because the game was already pretty high up there in terms of rating, in terms of violence, sex, sexual assault, and all that, that they opted to be like, let's just not have this. We're already in it. We're already kind of in it anyway. That, Oops, I didn't mean to click to that cutscene. Anyway, let's look at some more stuff in his inventory. So again, we've got this. I guess it's a tied up woman. That's what it looks like anyway. They're kind of pixelated stuff, but Thinking of you, whips and kisses, T. The only problem I have with this is just putting T doesn't really work too well when you work in an office with three people named that has names that start with T. So it could be Trevor, Tom, or Therese. We know who it is, but at the same time, right? I love this. What does that say is the address? I can't tell. The fact that it's kind of blurry, though, is probably a good idea because of the tendency of people to do things like, hey, I'm going to dial this phone number I saw in this movie. Or like you said with the 8675309, people will do that and end up harassing people that don't really deserve it just because they have a funny number. Look at this picture, though. Look how young he looks in this picture. And that big, goofy smile. I'm assuming that this was taken a long time ago. He's been there for a while. I don't think there's anything new in my inventory to view. Nope. But yeah, of course, violence and sex and nudity and all that can be a good selling point, particularly with real actors, because this is before like CD stuff. Like now we have Stellar Blade, where every video is about her breasts and ass and the jiggle physics, right? God, there's a lot of that. Oh yeah, I think he did say something like that, didn't he? Which it's a good application. I do like it when movies do that, movies and TV shows, where they take actual photos from the people instead of using, actors for just like a random picture, because it definitely helps the credibility of it. Versus a movie that might have a guy where it's like a flashback and then the person looks the same age, because they, I don't know what I'm saying. Let's go to Dreaming Tree. See, sorry, it's closed. There's a lot of extra scenes with Dreaming Tree. Doc Harburg. Let's see how many points I have so far.
Hey, check it out.
Yep. If you get all of them, it says something about like, you didn't look these up on the internet, did you? And it's got a little dancing thing and all that. But if anyone who watches my speed run of the Easter egg thing can see it for a second. Wintech, that's where we're going, is Wintech.
Thanks for your cooperation, folks. I know this hasn't been easy. Detective Powell will contact you if we have any more questions.
I love the cop who's got his hat tipped back. He's a kind of a chill cop. And I do like the attention to detail where they're all standing on a line, so that on this scene you can click them separately. That's a good little detail, a good design detail. All right, Curtis, damn. It doesn't even have to mean anything, Curtis. It can just be you comforting a coworker. Come on, man. I mean, a murder happened. It's kind of extreme, right? And I do like how if you hover the mouse over them, they animate.
What the hell happened? Curtis. I got here early, and I went into your cube to see if you were in yet. And Bob was there. God.
Therese, what's going on here?
It looks like someone got pretty sick of Bob.
Implications. I can go in a network room, though. I don't know what that does, but...
This is an active crime scene, sir. I'm going to have to ask you to stay out of the area.
It's not a very good fitting police uniform, is it?
Yes, we did. Uh-huh. Yeah. I'm not sure. That's been taken care of. Yes. I doubt it, sir.
You can do Weasel Cam here too. Ah, Weasel Cam. I'm gonna still call it that despite the information change. One thing I actually wonder is if you hang out here long enough, would he actually catch you or something, or would Curtis just leave on his own? I don't think so though. But I'm not gonna try it. Oh, that guy's got a mullet. Nice. So one thing is, I don't feel like the death scenes in this game are as explicit as the prior game, as the first game. But I think in general, the horror pacing and everything, I feel like it's generally better. Plus, these death scenes are mandatory to see, whereas in Phantasmagoria, you can actually skip all of them, I believe. You don't have to see them. And that kind of sucks. It's still brutal, though. I mean, it's not to say that's... It's just very, very... It's brutal.
Hey! In case you didn't notice, this is an active crime scene. Back off. What's your name, sir?
Curtis Craig.
That your cubicle?
Yeah.
Detective Allie Powell. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
This is also a place where you have like different cutscenes and stuff you can activate. Like you can go ahead and talk to her.
Detective, exactly what weapon was used to do that to Bob?
Weapons, Mr. Craig. Several X-Acto knives, a box cutter, and a heavy-duty stapler.
My red swing line stapler. And then I think if you wait 8 seconds, then she says, hey, let's do the next cutscene, and then you have some options.
What was your relationship to the deceased man, Bob Arnold?
I mean, even
Coworker.
he even uses an old camera.
Bob Arnold?
No.
Like seriously, like that's like one of those old style cameras that like has the same kind of light thing that was used to make like lightsabers and stuff like that. I don't think it's the exact same kind, but it's like, yeah, it's like an old camera.
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Harvey, detective. See, this is why they say don't eat at your desk.
Stop it. Oh, please stop it.
You're obviously overwrought, Mr. Craig. We'll continue this another time. Good morning.
It might be.
Curtis, I'm calling a sort of impromptu meeting at the Dreaming Tree. I think we all need to get out of here for a while.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I mean, it's the understatement of the century. But yeah, one thing I do like about this game, and again, what I like about Silent Hill and stuff like that, the game doesn't take itself way too seriously. You know, it allows itself to have a little bit of fun here and there. And of course, here's another thing, you have a choice of what to do specifically.
Thanks for coming, everybody. A really tragic thing happened today. Tragic and horrible. If anybody should want to talk to a grief counselor, the company will make one available to you. I don't know what else to say, guys. I'll go get some drinks.
It's just so awful. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Guys, I don't feel real well. Tell Tom I had to go, okay?
Sure, Trev.
Of course, you know, you can do Therese, you can do Jocelyn.
Right.
Some I'm gonna do Jocelyn.
I never much liked Bob.
No, really?
No one deserved that. No one.
Oh, I don't know. What about Charles Manson? I mean, if it was good enough for Bob, it's certainly good enough for Jolly Charlie.
Teresa laughs at it. Therese.
Are you alright, Curtis? You're acting really weird.
Oh, geez,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Joss. I guess finding disemboweled dead guys in my cubicle just throws me right the fuck off.
Fine. Why don't you call me when you're done being an asshole?
Well, him being so aggressive, I will say that that is an ineffective way to deal with it. However, she does also need to understand that this is a hard situation and different people are going to deal with it different ways, particularly Bob being in his cubicle, right? So yeah, he is going to act just a teensiest bit weird. So I feel like at the time, I think it's because she really wants that comfort and everything like that, that she's a little on edge because she wants him to comfort her and all that kind of stuff. But also, he is going about it in a little bit of an ineffective way
You really held it together when you saw Bob splattered all over your cubicle.
until he started
Cool
hallucinating.
as a cucumber.
Yeah, my head was in a really weird place. I felt removed, like it wasn't really real.
What do you call that? Disassociation, disassociating. And I'll say this: it's not an actual reference, but I have a video on my channel where I took a scene from The Women, a 1939 movie that has only women in it, no male actors whatsoever. And there's a scene where the main character sees the woman that her husband cheated on her with and ultimately divorced her for. And, you know, she sees her and there's like a moment of hesitation and then she like kind of says, okay, whatever. And she gets up and she walks down the hall because she's going down to this changing room. And it's like a single unbroken shot, right? And the acting is so subtle and so well done. You can tell that's like a perfect example of disassociation. You know, and that's kind of similar to the shot where he goes in there and he sees the stuff going on and he's just like walking and it's just going and, you know, the flashes and all that kind of stuff. That's like a perfect way to show disassociation. And again, it's the little things like that that I think makes this really well done. But yeah, it's like, yeah, she's being really, I don't want to say needy because that has kind of a judgment to it, but she is being really, I guess needy probably is better than saying demanding, but she's like really, really needing like emotional support and validation and comfort from him. And of course, I'm sure she's probably sick of his like, oh, hey, let's not be public. She's probably like sick of all that anyway. Like she's starting to get tired of it. She's starting to get frustrated and have a little bit of resentment. But also at the same time, this is a hard time for everybody. So you have to be mindful and fair that other people are going to deal with it different ways. And you have to be careful about being too focused on your own needs. But I also feel like this where he says, when he said, throws me right the fuck off, that sound, the way it's said, almost sounds like he's telling her to fuck off. You know? I know that's not where it's written, but the way it's kind of said is almost like telling her to fuck off. So it's like kind of like a little bit of subtext there, right?
You know, I don't really feel bad for Bob. I think the bad karma fairy got him.
Bad karma fairy, huh? She sounds like one dangerous bitch.
Yep. She stomped on his head with her wicked 6-inch heels.
And that's one thing that where it definitely has like, I wouldn't say it's like a whodunit sort of thing, but it does have a thing where it's like people saying and acting like that makes you go,
Curtis, let's cut to the chase. I've told you how I feel about you, and you've put up your nice guy protest, but we're through dancing. Meet me at the Borderline tonight.
Borderline? What, the club? Never been there.
Here's the address.
Borderline, huh? Is that the club or the diagnosis?
I'll be there at 7. Don't disappoint me.
It's okay because I can make that joke because I am diagnosed borderline. I've got the privilege.
Where'd everybody go?
Aw, Tom. I feel bad for Tom, because he's super nice. Ooh, what was that camera thing? Camera lost focus for a second. Alright, hold on for just a second. I'm going to go to the restroom. I'm just going to leave it on the screen and let you guys listen to the dissonant music. Some blob cutscene, shall we?
Hey, rat girl. I don't suppose you know what the hell's going on, huh?
Isn't it obvious? You're a psycho killer.
I've been bit by our hamster before, but I don't think I've ever had it insult me. Another one, Control-Alt. Click on that book. Wait, this is day 2 already. We already know that. Never mind.
Caught dead. Leech therapy. Lobotomy is the answer. What the hell?
Back to work. Oh, wait. Dreaming Tree. So, here's a scene a lot of people miss. Is that you can look at the menu, you can say, hey, I want a malt. We'll say, I'm not hungry. Right? But beers and wines, if you click on it, notice the bottle of Jack Daniels next to him. Now, this is one of the few things in the game that doesn't really explain. Apparently, there was a deleted item where he was going to have like a hospital tag or something like that that said that he was allergic to alcohol. So it's not explicitly in here, but apparently canonically, he's allergic to alcohol. I just realized my logo is in a terrible place. Let's just put it over there. That looks a lot better than having it cover up there. I didn't even think about it. Excuse me. Anyway, so yeah, that scene, of course, is meant to imply that, which in the later on scene, you know, etc., etc.
Hey, my man. Aren't you supposed to be basking in the warm, fluorescent lights of Wintech?
Nope. School got called due to murder. Bob Arnold got himself butchered like a pig in my cubicle, no less.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, that is harsh, man. So, was Bob totally messed up, or what? I mean, was he like knifed?
X-Acto knifed and stapled, among other things.
Stapled?
Yeah.
Holy shit. He must have really pissed somebody off in shipping. Oh, man.
This guy is a character. I love this guy. I did not know that. Let's check it out. Hate how they organize these. Curtis has the DTs. Either way. So that's interesting. See, I didn't know about that.
So, like, were you totally grossed out when you saw Bob all cut up? Did you puke?
No. I don't know. I didn't feel much of anything. It's kind of like seeing a dead cat in the road, you know?
You must have been in total shock, huh?
I must have been.
Nice, nice. Back to Wintech. I just went in there just for the sake of it. And so.
What do you think you're doing here?
I just came to pick up some work to take home.
Are you out of your mind? You can't take anything from a crime scene. Get out of here.
Now see, this also catches a lot of people because they're like, oh, I guess I can't go in here. But then you go in here and then you're there. Also, here's another Easter egg. If you click his ear 5 times, I'm going to do it again. And of course, you know, you can't go to your cutscene. You can't go to your cubicle because then he'll start to go and then she'll... Wonder why she has this like step back. She's like, here, let me catch focus of this. And then she goes back in. And of course he leaves. So that catches a lot of people off guard too. You try to go to Trevor's, there's nothing in there. Teresa's, there's nothing in there. But then you go to Bob's, and this, of course, messes a lot of people up too, because it's like, okay, you know, why would you know you need to do this? And then, of course, one thing I always recommend to people is that when you sweep your cursor, do it slow, because people be like, I can't find anything. But it's like, no, you have to wait for it to do something, because, you know, the hitbox is not small. It's like this entire area right here. And then boom. It's like, you got to go slow. You got to give the cursor time to update. And then, let's see. I don't know what I'm doing. See, of course, you try to go to Joss's. There's nothing in there. And then Tom's, you know. And again, people will do that thing. They'll sweep the cursor, and then they'll never catch that you can do the phone. Of course, some people might be able to guess, hey, let's try to get the boss out of there so we can get in his office. But I found this out. Again, while watching people play, you got this. Of course, that's got the numbers in case you don't have them written down. But it also has that note on the right. Remind Paul, 4th floor conference room, Detective Powell. And that's supposed to be the key to let you know that you need to call Paul Warner. Wait, hold on. Let me look at the numbers. Because I don't think you get anything for trying to call anybody, but I'm going to try it anyway. Yeah, call me. Yeah, that'd be a smart move. Anyway. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, let's call Bob. There we go. That's worth trying, at least.
Hi, Mr. Warner. This is Tom. We need you in the fourth floor conference room right away. Uh-huh.
What a great impersonation. There we go. I'm done doing that. Weasel cam. Oh, yeah. Very nice. I love little weasel cam. And then there's this one. You can click on his nose. There you go. You have to do it like 20 times to get it to activate. I forgot. You can also look on the... God. Yeah, you can have a little spook here. I do recommend to anybody that, you know, if you already know the game, especially, to check out Spoonie's playthrough of it, his commentary, because he has so many really good jokes. It's like every joke is golden, you know? And of course, you can click this. You can't actually do anything with it, but you can at least see this. It says, good news, our external sources tell us that Wintech is indeed the only company currently researching interdimensionality and its potential for earning profit. The Threshold project is still ramping up after almost 30 years of hiatus. But we expect to be fully online soon. Tests have proved that the Threshold equipment is still running properly, although some upgrades of the flux control systems were necessary. Systems wasn't in there. We have not yet achieved synthesis of blank. Of course, I guess he's in the process of typing it up. But I do like it has online with a hyphen in it. Something that by this point no one would ever do. And again, you get stuff like this extra stuff you come across later on, but you can never, but you just can't take it right now.
Well, just what would you be doing in my office when I'm not here, Curtis?
Keeps getting busted.
Let's say we cut the crap. You've been poking around in places you don't belong. Don't make the same mistakes your father made, boy. I would hate to have to lose you.
Sorry, Mr. Warner.
It's such a good subtle thing right there where he has that pause to, you know, for the implied threat and everything. Now he's just got to go laugh maniacally. So anyway, I missed this in the first chapter, so I can't get 100 points. But in every day, you can click the screwdriver on Curtis 5 times, and then an item that you get in that chapter in order to make him bounce around. And each individual one is a separate Easter egg that gets you points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And again, it's like what I was saying before about how it highlights. Once it stops highlighting, you know you've done it enough times. If you're not keeping count. And then the post-it note. Bouncy Curtis. Oh yeah, the door. My brain shut down for a second. Yeah, I'm not gonna skip this because I'm gonna force. No, I'm joking. I am gonna skip it. Why would I make you watch it? Because it's fun. So it gets me. He couldn't break in with just a screwdriver. That's not that complicated of a door or lock. I mean, look how thin it is. Then again, you wouldn't want to go breaking stuff in your office to go to this random hidey hole. I do hate the fact that you don't ever do anything with the sledgehammer at this point. Well, of course, there's that scene at the end of the game where the sledgehammer actually does get used, just not by you. So I wonder if it's there as a hint, or not hint, foreshadowing. Toolbox. Uh oh, he's about to become a Curtis sandwich. The ceilings can start dropping.
Get away from me, you! You what? You monster? I'm not the monster, Curtis. That would be your daddy. No! Yes. He committed atrocities to stir the stomach of Joseph Mengele. He wallowed in death.
Joseph Mengele. Nazi references. Oh, that's always fun. But don't forget, there's also references to Mengele in I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Time to go home. I already got the mail. I do love I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, but I don't know, that game is hard. I'm not great at point-and-click adventure games, though, so... Threshold. And of course, like I said, if you read the emails and stuff like that, it's generally, I mean, again, the fact that he was writing an email about interdimensionality and all that kind of stuff, it's kind of obvious that, you know, there's going to be some sort of interdimensional alien thing or whatever the case may be. All right, come on. Now, I remember Paul talking about this, how he said that when he did this acting, he had to pretend like it couldn't come up. So he had to do, you know. And again, like, while the logic of a lot of this stuff can be kind of weird, like, oh, you put address in a file folder in a toolbox in a hidden room in the network room instead of a safety deposit box, or this, that, and the other, right? But it's like... And it's, you know, piecing together all these little elements and stuff like that. But you also have to remember, this is after the era of Twin Peaks. This is during the era of the X-Files, things like that. So it's like, you got to kind of be in that sort of mindset about these kind of narratives, right? Anyway, let's take a look at the toolbox. Nothing special. Take a look at the dress. Pretty dress. Or it's, I guess it's just a piece of lace, but whatever. And the file folder. Let's look at the note. From Jonas Craig, to Jonas Craig from PA Warner. Jonas, what we I have dreaded the most has finally happened. Not only has the military pulled their funding on the Threshold project, but they are suggesting that there will be an FBI investigation regarding our methods of research. I have no other option but to suspend the Threshold project indefinitely. As head of the project, I expect you to handle this situation with discretion, and tact. Frankly, Jonas, I'm worried about you. You knew that there would be a great sacrifice involved in gaining this knowledge, great knowledge. I'm getting a little tired of your tortured conscious routine. You are in this just as deeply as the rest of us. You must remain calm and keep everything having to do with Threshold in the strictest confidentiality. I would hate to have to lose you, Jonas. The exact same words that he said to Curtis. Let's look at this key, too. It's just a key. A button. Just a button. And I understand why it has these. Oh, yeah. You know, they made. I had played this. Some people making a fan game of like a PlayStation 1 style Twin Peaks game. And it actually has a TV that plays a good bit of a piece from X-Files. It's pretty long, too. I had to stop watching it. And I was like, it's like, how long is this clip from X-Files? It's almost like you got a whole episode playing in the thing. But again, of course, Twin Peaks and X-Files themselves are related. There's sci-fi shows like Sliders. What else? There's a lot of stuff during this time that makes the writing and the way this is structured very appropriate. Infection, Revelation, Desecration. And that's all I've seen. To Doc Harburg. Stargate. Yeah, exactly. That was the main one that was digging at the back of my head.
Hello. I'm Dr. Harburg.
Nice to meet you, Doctor.
Nice to meet you. Go ahead and have a seat. Make yourself comfortable.
While this isn't like mega heavy sci-fi, it's
So,
in the ballpark of all those shows and stuff.
Well, I've been having some trouble dealing with things lately. I keep getting freaked out by nothing. God, I don't know where to start.
That's okay. Take your time. Talk about anything that comes into your mind.
So let's see. There is an Easter egg here. You have to do... Which one is it? Trying to remember. The dress? Yeah. So on the window, click the dress. Sexy postcard. And the invitation. Hopefully that doesn't get me copyright struck. Thanks, YouTube. Anyway. Let's start from the beginning. Or, you know what? Let's just click on the doc. Let's get that conversation out the way.
Look, no offense, but I am not very comfortable with this. Being here makes me feel like some kind of a wacko or something.
You're not a wacko, Curtis. There's no stigma attached to analysis anymore. Your brain is just like any other part of your body, and when it isn't feeling well, not only is it okay to get help, but it's smart.
See, that's really good because that's actually one way that it was explained to me about both taking medication and getting help is that it's no different than a medical problem. You know, you do lifestyle changes and you take medication and get this, that, and the other in order to deal with problems that you are having.
These are my parents.
Again, very progressive writing
Look happy?
because it's very well done.
I think they were happy then, but I don't remember. It's not fair, you know? I don't remember any of the good stuff. I don't remember my mother ever hugging me or kissing me or just hitting me. I remember when she killed herself. couple years later, my father was run down by a drunk in an old Plymouth.
Oh my God, Curtis. That's a lot for anybody to deal with.
Here's my screwdriver. Oh, she doesn't want to see that.
This was taken at our company Christmas party. I had a lot of fun that night, I guess.
Looks like you were having fun. Who are those people with you?
That's Trevor. He's my best friend, and that's Jocelyn. She's my lover. Yeah, it's funny. I've been keeping our relationship at work a secret.
Are you in love with Jocelyn?
Yeah, I think so. But I'm kind of attracted to Trevor, and that worries me because I've never. I mean, I don't know if I should be with Jocelyn. I don't want to hurt her, you know.
Have you spoken to Jocelyn about this?
God, no. I have enough trouble opening up to her. You know, it's funny, even when we're making love, I don't feel totally close to her. I don't think I felt totally close to anyone. I have a date with this girl from my work tonight. Her name's Therese. She is very sexy, and I don't know though. I'm feeling guilty because of my girlfriend Jocelyn.
Well, do you feel like you're betraying Jocelyn?
Yeah. Well, I mean, no. I mean, okay, we agreed from the beginning that it wasn't exclusive, right? So I don't have any reason to be guilty at all, do I?
Well, I think that's for you to decide in your own mind and in your own heart. But let me point out, however, Curtis, that guilt is a very, very destructive emotion.
And see, again, that's another example of like well-informed writing. You know, some people think that the idea of going to a therapist or therapy, a psychologist, all that kind of stuff, is them telling you, well, you're crazy because your mom hit you when you were 9, and you know, now you have to take pills for it or something like that. But it's not really like that. It's about self-realization, I guess, actualization. You could also say, you know. And that's one of the things is he starts to say that where he's trying to justify it, where he's like, well, I should feel guilty, right? But she's not going to say yes or no. She's going to say, well, that's really for you to decide if you feel guilty or not, because that's what it really is. It's not about telling you what to do. It's about helping you realize the truth within yourself, which this case is, do you feel guilty about it? Well, if you do, sure. And again, she points out that guilty is being guilty can be very destructive. In a lot of ways, right? You know, and all that. It's very multifaceted. And of course, the thing where he mentions being attracted to Trevor, and I like to point out again another progressive thing is that, he is a canonically bisexual character. One of the early ones that wasn't a case of like an RPG where you could play a guy and, choose a male or female character, et cetera, et cetera. It's a case of a pre-written character with a non-adjustable storyline. There'd be a better way to describe it, but that's how I'm going to describe it. And he's canonically bisexual, which is something that's still not super usual even now, because once they started opening up to more LGBT characters, you would more or less have straight characters and gay characters, right? And it was only like after some time that more canonically bisexual characters started to appear. In various works, particularly video games, where it still wasn't super common for quite a long time. Especially not male characters either. Of course, they like to have a lot of bisexual women, things like that. Like, you had House with 13, and things like that. It's very complicated, but like seeing like a canonically bisexual male character is at this early of stage is very progressive, you know. And especially it's great to have something where it's not like, well, they're hinted at it and then they're having a. It's good for it to be explicit, is what I'm saying, you know, and it's treated and it's normalized. It's treated as nothing weird and you know, and it's also not having a spotlight shined on it where every 5 seconds they're like, hey, look at this aspect about him, when it's more interesting about his past, his current relationships, the fact he likes old cheesy horror stuff, he likes rats. uh you know, here, you want my money yet? You want my insurance card? Okay. I could really talk
Didn't
about the
call you
psychological aspects of this all day.
because Dr. Merrick referred me to you. He was my doctor at the hospital.
Yes, I know, Curtis. Would you like to talk about your hospitalization, about Dr. Merrick? I'm not going to ask you anything specific about your hospitalization, but could you tell me if perhaps there was one single inciting incident that led up to it?
See, that's the thing, doctor. I don't know what happened. I just, one minute I knew who I was, and then the next minute I had no idea. It's hard to explain, but my identity just came apart like old rotten lace.
It's a little on the nose with the lace dress, admittedly, but it's okay because it kind of like comes together. So I don't mind it.
It's kind of embarrassing, but that kind of imagery has always fascinated me.
It's nothing to be ashamed of, Curtis. Have you ever thought about why you like images of bondage?
Yeah. It's even weirder. I feel like the person in the picture is somehow being held together. Like they can't come apart with all that stuff holding them in.
Fascinating.
See, again, and it's another case of, um, you know, saying it's nothing to be ashamed of, and then just asking, you know, because again, he brings it up, say, well, you know, what about it? You know, what do you want to say about it? You know, how does it make you feel, et cetera, et cetera. You know, and that's one of the biggest things they do is they like to ask questions. They'll give suggestions, they'll give advice, but it's always going to be reasonable advice. Like, hey, using certain skills, like in DBT, we have tip skills, which is about using temperature adjustment to deal with high levels of emotional distress. Taking ice, holding it in your hands, or taking a cold pack, putting it on your forehead, the back of your neck, et cetera, et cetera.
This guy I work with, Bob, was murdered today. I don't mean just shot in the head either. He was spread all over my cubicle.
Oh my God, Curtis, how are you feeling about this?
That's the thing, doctor. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything at all. Dr. Harburg, I think that the company that I work for is conducting some sort of terrible illegal experiment. Take a look at this. My father was deeply involved. I have to find out what the Threshold Project is about.
Well, it's not impossible, Curtis. There have been huge corporate cover-ups over the years.
And again, you know, it's kind of that sort of neutral mindset where, you know, he says, hey, this, and she says, it's not impossible, because things like that have happened in the past. But it's not to say, oh, there is something going on or whatever.
Oh, damn, this is hard. Now Not long before my mother killed herself, she started dressing me up as a little girl.
Pretty dress. It just doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how I dress you, you'll still be a monster. Pretty little monster girl. Monster.
Oh, Curtis. You have to understand that the problem was entirely hers. You were an innocent child.
Yep, again, like I said, that kind of goes back to how he told the Hecatomb. He said the same thing, that, oh, I'm just sick. I was just 6. So he knows that. However, that doesn't change the effect that it had on you, and the alternate mindset that also goes through your mind. So that's why part of part of the basis of a lot of mental health is mindfulness, you know. I know me and Zen Sopsis talk about this all the time, about mindfulness, about how important it is, you know, because it really is so important.
So do you think that my mother dressing me like Barbie has anything to do with my being attracted to Trevor?
No. No, Curtis, I don't. Sexual orientation is genetic. However, the confusion that your mother instilled in you may be contributing to your disassociation with society.
Very nice. I actually am curious if they consulted anybody about it. I would love to actually show this to go take it to my psychologist's office and actually show them these different scenes and see what they think about them.
My mother used to have a snowstorm like this. I used to think that must be what her mind looks like.
The wig.
All broken up.
I love that wig.
Those tiny pieces swirling around inside. She started hating me when I was about 6.
Get out of my sight!
Oh, Curtis, that was her problem, not yours. You were just a little boy.
Of course, I and other people think.
Well, Curtis, our session's up, but I think we have a lot of work to do. How do you feel about coming back tomorrow?
Well, okay, I guess.
Wonderful. I'll see you then.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Harper.
You're very welcome. Have a good evening.
You too.
Of course, like I said, I know that people think that they put her in a blonde wig, of course, because both of his female romantic interests are blonde. So that kind of creates the sort of Oedipal sort of thing. And it's probably a case of the actress probably wasn't blonde, so.
Get out of here.
Heck yeah, these guys, yeah. Love these guys.
Get out of here.
I want to live that kind of life, you know.
This is a private club. You have to know someone to get in.
Okay, ramen noodle hair. Don't act tough to me.
I know Therese Banning. She asked me to meet her here.
So you know her name. Big frickin' deal. Doesn't mean she invited you.
Oh yeah? Well, let's stab you with a screwdriver then. Okay, I don't think that work. Okay. Let's see. I've never tried this. Oh, here we go.
Look, Therese sent this to me.
Yeah, right. It's not even signed.
How about you sign these notes, bro? Here, I'll give you $20. No? I haven't tried. I haven't seen somebody try a lot of these, so I want to see if there's any extra cutscenes. Yeah, see this button? I killed Bob for it. You want to help me with this threshold project? I got some lace. Help me get this toolbox open? Nah, okay, we'll do it proper.
Therese gave this to me, see?
Yeah, okay. Come on in. Don't get yourself hurt now.
I like how people act like that, but to be honest, like even with the BDSM thing and all that kind of stuff, it's like, I mean, you know, it's not like he's having a scene like in Euro Trip when the guy goes to the club or the thing with the device or whatever it is. They're just kind of you know, doing it. And to be fair to Curtis, that's kind of how I am anytime I've gone to a club or bar or anything like that. It's just not my scene.
Excuse me. Could you tell me if...
Wanna play? I could make you scream with pleasure.
No, thanks.
Amateurs.
Oh. Alright, dude, you're wearing a beret, alright? Or dude. I'm using dude in gender neutral way. You're wearing a beret, alright? Don't act like an elitist, alright? And remember when Paul said that he had to take off the jacket for this stuff because when they shot it, he didn't have the jacket on, so he had to film it with him taking the jacket off.
Excuse me.
So awkward. I love it. I hope he doesn't have to pee. And of course you can try to come here and all that. And get extra cutscenes.
Get away from there. You have no business going into the pit.
I think at least all of us knew like one guy in high school who like loved wearing trench coats and then had like had long hair and a ponytail. Or was that person.
Hi, Curtis. I'm glad you came.
These big chairs over here. I'm just gonna let him be awkward for a second. Alright.
What kind of a club is this, anyway?
It's an S&M club, Curtis.
Sandwich and macaroni club? Hell yeah.
Do you need a drink to cope with the ugly truth?
No, thanks.
Alright, Hemingway.
Intriguing.
Oh, it gets better, baby.
Listen, I have to tell you something. Jocelyn and I are pretty serious about each other, and...
You know what? I don't really care. Do you think you're the only one I'm seeing? You know, I used to bring her along sometimes. She's pretty cute.
I mean, Curtis, you gotta end, man.
Truth. I'm not being judgmental or anything.
Hey, could I have a red shiny rubber?
I just don't understand why people need to feel pain to have fun.
Have you ever been whipped, Curtis? Have you ever been oiled down in candlelight and beaten with silk straps?
No.
Well, there was this one time in Cancun.
You know, sensual pain isn't like hitting your finger with a hammer. It's intensely erotic.
All right, Therese, don't kink shame the hammer people. I think a lot of people miss this, where this is the guy from Dreaming Tree, which I love him. Dude's dedicated too. He works morning, noon, and night, doesn't he? I bet she's got some wicked paychecks by the end of the month.
Oh, what the hell, it won't kill me. I hope.
It wasn't so bad, was it?
I do like how some people assume that she actually drugged him. which I think is actually an interesting alternate explanation. And for a lot of people that don't know this game, you can either wait and then she'll volunteer him, or you can click the guy and Curtis will volunteer himself.
My friend here does. Don't you, Curtis?
Sure. Why not?
Of course, like I said, I don't want to like necessarily think that she would do something like necessarily drug him, but at the same time, that's kind of how it comes across to most people. But I love how, like, you can tell it's daylight outside because the curtains don't completely cover the windows. And from what I understand, if I'm recalling correctly, this guy was an actual tattoo piercing artist. Which definitely leads credibility to the way he does it. Yeah, like, if one of the cutscenes later on, instead of saying he got pierced, he could say that Therese got him, told him to get, or, you know. Just like slight differences, right? I mean, I'm glad there are different cutscenes and stuff like that. Because it does really add something to it, at least to add different decisions, even if they really all in the same place. Hell, even the fact that it's got two different endings is kind of like... Not really. It's really doesn't have two different endings. It's got... etc.
You okay?
Oh yeah, here comes the softcore music. Yep, definitely. Resident Evil 3 has got a lot of that, which is fantastic. Like, which way you decide to do the trolley car changes the fight you have with Nemesis later on and where you start in the clock tower. All that kind of stuff. It's great. Like, I hope the bathroom's really clean, because like I can imagine, like, if you're like going at it crazy in a public bathroom like that, you like, if you don't have good shoes, you would end up slipping. Like, you're trying to go at it, and then you like, one of your foot slips out from under you and you fall backwards. Or if you've got like a hard grip, you know, they might go with you and then break your junk off.
Oh my.
I think they've made plenty of videos about making fun of like sex scenes in movies and stuff like that, about how if they were realistic, they'd be a lot more awkward. Can we put the button on it? Oh. As it'd be like when you go to your friend's house and they don't give you a cover. You just cover yourself with anything. And this is actually one of the things. Well, let me get this phone and I'll talk about it.
Hello?
Curtis, my boy, why aren't you at work?
Mr. Warner, right? Well, I thought that after Bob and all that we wouldn't...
Well, you thought wrong, Curtis. Get those lazy bones on in here.
People say this game is unrealistic. Yeah, right.
Cold-hearted son of a bitch.
Oh yeah, we had a vicious murder, but you still have to come into work. Yeah, we cleaned the blood and guts out of your cubicle, so just get back in there. I think all of us have at least experienced one time, one job that had some sort of extreme thing happen and we were still required to work. Back to the Easter eggs. Control Alt. Boom. Book 3. Fantastic. Let's see. Well, let me check with Blob first.
I had a really awful nightmare last night, Blob. Do rats have nightmares?
Yes, I believe so. I think a lot of animal. I think almost every warm-blooded animal does. Birds do as well too. I was saying, oh yeah. There's a game called Shadow of Destiny. You may have heard of it, you may not have. There's both for the PlayStation 2 and PSP. I think it also has another name, like Shadow of something. Shadow of Destiny is one of its names, and it's a game where your choices extremely matter. So if you haven't heard of it, you should check it out, or even try to play it. It's really awesome. The sheer number of like different paths and endings and things you can do is absolutely insane. The game is extremely intricate. Like, you think Twin Peaks has a complicated, oh boy, I recommend it to everybody. If you like survival, if you like horror games in general, it's a good one.
Bridget's Books is proud to welcome best-selling author Adrienne Delaney. Ms. Delaney will be signing copies of her latest book, Coping with Loss. She's pretty.
Is this Loss? Yeah, there's that Phantasmagoria reference for you. Nice. Very nice. Let's get on out of here. Of course, another thing that people haven't been seeing me do, the map. Of course, it's not necessarily a walkthrough or an instructional, but I will say that you can use the map to quick travel to places, you know, which is very useful. But I've not been using it just because I'm taking a slow stroll, right? Ah, no, I can't slack off and go to the Dreaming Tree instead. And again, a lot of people miss getting the hammer here because, again, it's kind of annoying that the game wants you to go into the network room so much because it feels like there's not a lot there. So, but you have to go into it a bunch of times in the game. And especially that there's now a hammer here. Whatever. Oh, yeah. I want to check out the little hidey door. Oh, I skipped a cutscene. You can see it again, though. I'll come back later. Again, one of the things I feel like about this game is that the horror pacing is much better than the first one, which is an extremely slow burn. It takes forever before you can even see the first death scene. Here, the first death scene is at the end of the first day, and you already start getting little bits here and there, and it ramps up as the game goes on. It's... yeah. This is a good little scene too that a lot of people miss. I think it's very effective. Because it emphasizes that you're being watched by something, and it's definitely not human. And you can do it over and over again. I'll come back later to see that the door's gone. I'm gonna try to go into Warner's office again. Just for no reason.
I don't care about your productivity, Mr. Warner. You had no right to destroy evidence.
I had every right to make this work environment safe and pleasant for my employees, Detective.
Pleasant.
This investigation would have been over in a matter of days. As it stands, your little redecorating spree may have cost you an obstruction of justice.
Would you mind if we took this discussion to my office, Detective Powell?
Fine.
Back to it. So again, you see I logged out, but if I had stayed logged into Trevor's or anybody else's, again, you would have stayed logged in. Unfortunately, there's no fast way to do that, so there's no way to improve the speedrun with that, I'll say. What am I doing? Aletheria 9. So again, you remember the thing that he talked with Tom about, so of course there's a little bit there. And again, I'm not going to read all of that stuff, though. Not recommended for the children, pregnant women, or the elderly, or mentally unstable. Well, and of course, he can't work on it, so... Again, a lot of people don't think about that, about a game where it's like, oh, you have to go and do your job, by the way, and they get kind of stuck. In which some people can argue that that's kind of mundane. And it is a little bit, but, you know... Can't remember. Is the archive? Yeah. So anyway, Carpe Diem accesses the archive and logs into his computer. So it's classified. In this, the exciting early days of the Threshold project, we are delighted to report a marked stability in the Threshold pulse. Using the latest in surge suppression technology, we have been able to control, document, and complete searching for remainder. Oh, so they got a surge protector. Awesome. I saw that. You called me a freak. Wait, here we go. I got a joke, right? Compiled and reconstructed by Bob Arnold? Well, that's ironic because he got deconstructed and composted. But I could do this all day. I'm here all day. I'm here all week, folks. All right. See, I can't even spell it right when I'm not trying to go fast. Son of a bitch. Messes me up so many times in the speedrun. Edward Gain. It's like, oh, well, that one's kind of on the nose. But again, not a lot of people, not everybody necessarily knows about Ed Gain. Ed Gein? I can't remember how it's supposed to be pronounced. I see you saying evil things. Hello, Ed. I realize that you and all of security have been very busy over the past few weeks, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to make your life tougher still. I want to totally restrict access to the basement levels of Wintech, preventing entry by anyone and everyone but myself and the Threshold scientists. It simply wouldn't be safe to have employees venturing down there and possibly running into something that could cause them harm. I realize that this will entail reprogramming the entire basement security system, but I feel it's worth it. If, for some unknown reason, someone who does not have clearance should get down to the basement, you are encouraged to use whatever means necessary to prevent their access to our Threshold room. Any method you deem necessary, Ed. Our future depends on it. And it's not explicitly said, but it's very, you know, revelation. Peter Sutcliffe. That's a reference to something also, I believe. Somebody said it, and I was like, really? I'm sure it is, because again, this game's got a lot of references. Okay, see, that's another name of a serial killer, so. But then again, the idea of people having similar or the same names is not unusual. Because there are other people in Germany who had the name Hitler. Of course, I think most of them changed their name because, well, you know. Anyway. Hello, Peter. I was very excited to hear the news of the strange and unusual energy fluctuations in the Threshold. I hope, as you do, that this indicates increased activity and perhaps the impending success of the synthesis attempts. Dr. Puwaka Balava has expressed concern, however, that Wintech generators might be unable to withstand the stress of the additional activity. I wanted to assure you that it will be taken care of and immediately before a problem can arise. Please arrange a meeting with Dr. Balava and determine between the two of you what new equipment is required, and it will be immediately obtained. In the meantime, I trust that the threshold equipment is being monitored around the clock. Good luck. Hello again, Ed. As my father used to say, there's an exception to every rule. The exception to this restriction policy I just sent you is an employee named Curtis Craig. He is not to be allowed anywhere near the basement or the threshold. I want to make that perfectly clear. However, in the unlikely event that he should make his way down to the basement, he is not to be quieted in any, shall we say, permanent manner. Rather, he should be detained, and Dr. Terrence Merrick should be called immediately. Dr. Merrick will take Curtis away to a safe place where he will no longer be a danger to himself or us. Curtis is a special employee. I don't want him harmed in any way. Sincerely, P.A. Warner. Well, well, well. Where did we miss it? Where did we start? From Jocelyn. Hi, Curtis. I kept wishing we were together last night, baby. I always feel safe when I'm with you. Do you think about me? Straight reply. Of course I did, pretty girl. Notice how he says pretty girl? He also says that to Blob. He also calls Blob pretty girl. It could be like a tick as in a common phrase he uses. Or something else. I look like hell in a dress, hairy knees. Oh, that's interesting. Of course I did. You are my passion, my obsession. Once I dreamed I was you. Then I realized I look like hell in a dress, hairy knees. I am damned. Let me burn. All right, Curtis. It's like, well, I wanted to think about you, but visions of Bob's lower intestine on my filing cabinet pushed you right out of my mind. I can't imagine why. Kind of douchey. I'm gonna send a straight reply. I'm gonna be nice. Bob Arnold's memorial service. Members of the Wintec family, you are all invited to attend the company-sponsored memorial service for our friend and coworker, Mr. Bob Arnold. It will take place this Sunday at 9 a.m. at the Alfred Packer Chapel and Mortuary in Renton. The family requests donations and Mr. Arnold's memory be made to the Young Republicans organization. We at Wintec are all deeply saddened by the passing of Mr. Arnold. He will be missed by all. Sincerely, P.A. Warner. I think that's another thing that adds to the whodunit. This sort of, it's very light. It's not really explicitly whodunit, but there's a little bit to it that they would, one, he keeps referring to it as passing, you know, which, you know, sounds lighter than what it actually was, which was a brutal murder, right? Of course, I know you probably wouldn't say brutally murdered or whatever, but I don't know what I'm trying to say. But also, like, Young Republicans, it's like, okay. You know, again, poking a little bit of fun there, right? Therese Banner. I'm still quivering from inside. Quivering inside from last night. Aching and quivering. Farting and squirting. It's a meme if you guys look it up. Anyway. Like, type in Google Nicki Minaj answering machine, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It's fucking hilarious. Anyway, when I think of you, I can hardly sit still. The cold porcelain, your hot mouth, your sweat, your taste. I thought you would be good, Curtis, but you were better than that. You were unbelievable. Simply irresistible, by the way. Savage and sweet. Oh, God, I'm sweating. Let's see what's a sarcastic reply. Just try your hand at writing romance novels, blah, blah, blah. Had a good time too, but we probably shouldn't be talking about this over email. Boring. Think about Rush Limbaugh till it goes away. All right. A little poking fun. We'll do the sarcastic. Because at least it has monolithic tower of manhood, which is a great turn of phrase. All right, let's see Jocelyn's reply real quick. I love you. She said that. Oh, how sweet. He still can't say it. Anyway, from Trevor, I can't. Here we are, supposed to be working away, the day after a brutal murder right in our office in your cube. Yeah, right. Immediately, it was the murder of a marginally human slug boy, but hey, even he didn't deserve that. Every time I think about it, I want to hurl for distance. Old Man Warner has hit a new low with this one, don't you think? Of course, I could go straight and say, no, I can't. It's pretty goddamn surreal. Nah. Funny. The Olympic puking team. Now we're going to go sarcastic. Excuse me, Bob, would you mind moving your liver off my keyboard? Thanks a million, old buddy, old pal. Yeah, that's a good one. I think that's all for right now. Oops. I know I can't do anything else. Oh, let's make some phone calls. And not go into the computer. Six, 1, 2, 5. Let's talk to Trev. Hey, Trev, how you doing?
Hey, bud.
What's up, Weasel Boy?
Oh, nothing much. I'm just sitting here 2 feet away from a murder site trying to be a productive little worker.
Harsh. Hang in there, man.
I'm doing my best.
Come on, tell him you love him. Come on. You know you do. Oops. Alright. Me. Of course, the classic calling yourself.
Hello, this is Curtis Craig, and I'm...
Hello, Curtis.
Who is this?
Sorry, man, I can't talk right now. I'm right in the middle of disemboweling somebody.
Then why'd you call? Tom. Therese.
Therese speaking.
Hi, Therese.
Well, if it isn't my slave. You were really good last night, baby. You're quite an actor, you know that?
Thanks.
Curtis, if you let me, I'll take you on erotic adventures you've never even imagined.
The sort of awkwardness and all that he does is pretty charming, to be honest.
Your heart isn't available right now, but I'll be happy to service you in any way.
Whoa. In any way? Service him? Alright. The Hecatomb's getting kinky. Like it. I like it. Bob. Let's have a little conversation.
This is Curtis.
Don't hang up on me, you murdering psycho son of a bitch.
It's still so funny how Spoonie totally called it, too. About that. So funny. I think I have to talk to Jocelyn first, before I can call her on the phone. You wanna see my hammer, bud? Wanna see that? I'm actually fishing. Like, I'm surprised you can't show him the threshold folder and be like, hey, there's something crazy going on, bud. Game gives you a lot of options early.
Can you believe they dragged our butts into work today?
Yeah, the sensitivity is overwhelming. It was almost worth it to see that cop chewing on Warner's saggy ass, though.
Yeah, that was pretty damn cool, wasn't it? That's too bad she didn't pistol whip him. Hey, bud. How's your second date with the mysterious Jay, huh?
A dud. Big time. I mean, once I got past the sexy eyes, the gorgeous cheekbones, I saw the squid beneath the skin.
Watoon.
Yeah, you telling me? He spent half the evening picking apart Bela Lugosi's acting and the other half staring at his own bad self in the bathroom mirror.
He doesn't like Bella? Oh, well, piss on him then. Yeah.
Damn. Look at it. Just kiss him. Damn. You know you want it, Curtis.
You know, I didn't feel a damn thing about Bob yesterday. But today I can't get the poor jerk out of my head. I keep seeing him splattered all over the walls.
No wonder, bud. That was really nasty. So, you talked to anybody about it?
Yeah, I went to this shrink yesterday. Dr. Harburg. I'm going to see her again today.
Cool.
Yeah, I like how he's kind of like light. He kind of approaches it really lightly because he knows that going into an institution is kind of a trigger for him. So he's being really considerate there. And that's something I like.
Trees.
Hi. I sure had fun last night. How about you?
Yeah, I did too.
You'll think of me every time you feel those bruises.
Bruises? What'd you do? Punch him in the stomach a bunch? Like, there's sadomasochism, and then there's, like, just being a dick. I'm just curious if there's any, like, extra cutscenes. Speaking of, like, the hammer thing, right? Alright, let's get the other cutscene.
Trees? Trees?
More.
What?
You want more? I want more. Curtis, are you okay? Think decaf, babe.
Oh, that joke. But also, something tells me that that's kind of how Curtis sees all women. See a couple of clicks on this one time and it'll make that sound, and that's another Easter egg. Oh man, his Gatorade spilled. See, that's why I tell people, empty fluids before you throw them in the trash, because then they'll spill. And they'll make a huge mess. More disassociation there. But like I said, you do really feel it with Curtis about how he's having a really hard time. I mean, anybody would, so it's not like it's unusual. Let's get some water. After all that, he had to have lost a couple of pints. I just love watching it. Let's get some more water. Did I mention I love this game? Of course, that's why I would play it even after speedrunning it and then all that. It's just, I love the game so much. I love the game too much. I'm a little obsessed. A little. Okay.
Yeah, rip him a new one, detective. I hope she locks him up with Hannibal Lecter.
Nice. Another 90s thing. Before I get to Jocelyn, Tom's not here, so let's have our little conversation.
Hi, Joss.
Hello, Curtis.
Listen, I am so sorry about being such a jerk yesterday. I was pretty freaked out, I guess.
We all were. It's okay.
Well, at least they were able to make up. And at least they did say they're sorry and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's reasonable. It is a crazy situation. My tooth is hurting something awful.
Curtis, I tried to call you last night. Couldn't reach you. The phone just kept ringing and ringing.
I'm sorry, Joss. I just...
No, don't apologize. You don't have to answer to me. Do whatever you want to do.
I know. I just unplugged the phone and I took a sleeping pill, okay? I just checked out for the night. All right?
She doesn't believe that for 1 second. Plus, I'm not going to say she was being manipulative, but when she was saying that, oh, you don't have to answer to me, she was not being sincere. You know she 100% is like... I'm not going to criticize somebody for needing, because wanting something, particularly from a romantic partner, even if it's not official, this, that, and the other. Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with wanting something from somebody. That's within reason, right? But, you know, at the same time, she does a lot of I don't know. The relationship isn't very effective, is what I want to say. Also, one thing that makes me glad that's a set like that's very well made is the fact they can get those low shots and stuff like that. That's very effective. What else was I gonna do? Oh yeah, let me call Joss. What was her number again? 9662 or something? 6992.
This is Jocelyn.
Hi, baby. How are you today?
I'm okay, Curtis. I'm still upset about Bob, you know.
I know, Joss. Me too. Wish I could make it better.
Well, thanks, baby.
Let's see. Tom's probably not back yet. Can I call Therese again? Bob, let's try Bob again. I know the next thing I have to do in the speed run, but I'm not going to do that just yet. Let's look at the door being plastered over.
The hell? It's been plastered over. They're trying to hide something.
Yeah, they're trying to hide a sledgehammer in a file cabinet. Yeah. Admittedly, stuff like that, that's kind of weird, right? Alright, before I go on to the next scene. Oh, hey, Dark Sharks, how you doing, man? I was just about to take a momentary break. If you don't mind waiting a few minutes. Yep, so I'm going to be right back. Let me set it to my pause screen for a moment. Oh, yeah. Did I do? But yeah, I can understand. Like, I was super tired today, and that's why I kind of put it off for a minute so I could get some energy going. Because I've been wanting to do so. And I had a few ideas, but I'm like, you know what? I want to do it just a full-on playthrough. Especially test out different stuff and see if they're, especially finding scenes that I haven't seen other people find or things that I've missed. I love it.
Don't even think about going over my head, Tom. Don't even think about it.
You're losing it, Paul. Next meeting of the board, your head is gonna fly.
Don't you threaten me. You don't know what you're getting into.
Oh, cut the dramatics, Paul. Your time here is up.
You are a dead man, Rappel. A dead man. You are a dead man, Craig. A dead man.
Not on stream. Not a full playthrough on stream. Yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a full playthrough. You know, do this full playthrough. And I guess depending on how I'm feeling and how long it takes, I may do a little something extra too. I need to go back and put more time into running Spice World. But also, here I'm trying to do... I end up missing one of the Easter eggs on day one, but that's fine. The general thing is to say, hey, here's a bunch of Easter eggs. You know, do as many of the Easter eggs as I can remember to do. Because I missed the bouncy one on day one, but... Did I explain what that was? Yeah, you had to use your wallet and the screwdriver for anyone that wanted to know what it was, but... It's not a perfect walkthrough. It's not a perfect thing. Nothing's perfect. Nothing.
No, sick and wrong.
I'm just kind of winging it, basically. Tell me how you really feel, jeez. Paul's face there. And as I like to tell people, this actress is V. Joy Lee.
I saw you when they brought you in. I saw your guts.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna play through the whole game. I'm not gonna cut it or edit because I'm on both YouTube and here, so it's gonna be on my channel as a thing. And let's watch Andy Hoyos act like a goofball.
Disco dance, disco dance,
Yep.
disco dance.
Of course, some people were critical of this scene, you know, as like a typical Hollywood misrepresentation of mental illness. But I had to point out people that once you get to the end of the game, it makes more sense exactly what they're doing. It's like a Bedlam house, but it's like even more so with a purpose, you know.
Quiet in the back of the room. Quiet in the back of the room.
I don't care. This dude, I love it. This whole thing is hilarious.
Give me the Cheeto. I got you. I got you. I got you.
This guy should make a soul album.
Taco salad. There's a... Pizza, pizza, pizza. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Happy birthday, baby.
I want to see if there's a way to set up like audio clips without like having to be like, I want to look through the different systems for like setting up audio clips and stuff like that, because or if it's even possible to set up like the point redeems and stuff without having to be monetized or whatever, because none of my stuff is monetized and I don't want to make it monetized.
Where's my latex?
Well, hell, call Therese. She's probably got some.
That's my Barbie doll. That's my Barbie doll.
Oops. Didn't mean to skip it.
Fruit Loops and Cheerios. Tape on.
I do need to get something like that, like a stream deck. I need to get a good I've got a capture card for running my Switch stuff through, but it's not great. Has some decent screen tearing, so Yeah, I gotta do some research to figure out how to, because I started setting up some stuff, but I haven't figured out how to get it fully set up. I've got to do some research on a lot of that. It's one of those things where it's like it's on my list of projects.
That's my baby. That's my baby.
I love this. I just love how much he has to say.
Arabella Fonte went to. I love you, baby.
Yeah, because I got Stream Elements set up. It's just
Nurse.
Come on, puppy.
Nurse, what am I doing? Why am I here? I don't belong here.
Shut up, wacko.
I guarantee you, she's not licensed.
Hey! Stop that right now or I'll have you sedated.
Yeah, because I wouldn't mind setting up like point redeems and like the audio clips and things like that for fun. Wait, hold on. I want to see. I don't think there's anything on here I can examine. Cool. Oops. Damn. Hate it when I do that. It didn't just stand there, Curtis. That's how you know it's a Phantasmagoria game. He just escaped and now he's just going to stand here and look around. He's got a little bit of that Adrian in him.
Curtis, you've been a bad boy. I have to be punished.
I don't know. I didn't see. Did you see what happened?
He just passed out. Come on, man. Come
Curtis.
on. Come on. Hey, here he comes. Here he comes. Hey, boy. Come on, man.
Come on, Trev. Come on, Trev. Get that kiss. Come on, get it. Get it. Ah, dang.
Hey, bud.
You gonna live?
Yeah, I'm okay.
This is ridiculous. I don't give a damn what Paul said. I want you all to go home right now.
Yeah, that'd be me. I'd be like Tom. I'd be like, get your asses out of here. It's like, if I have to get fired, I'll get fired. You guys need to go home, period. You shouldn't be here.
You look terrible, Curtis. Go home and get some sleep, okay?
Harry's like, no way. And I would have a screaming match with my boss over something like that. I mean, it's one thing to do it to me, it's nothing to do it to my employees. Completely unacceptable.
Hey.
Hey.
Riveting cutscenes.
Hey, Trev, what's with the shake? Aren't you worried about your tiny waistline there?
Just drowning my sorrows, bud. Yeah, I admit it. I'm, feeling some delayed nerves about poor old Bob.
Yeah. I got kind of freaked out this afternoon myself. God, it was just so weird sitting there, you know, right where he got splattered.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I'll have a big potato. What?
You remember my my Aunt Emily, the one that lives in Arizona, out in the desert?
You're the one that likes the animals.
Yeah, that's the one. She always tosses her dinner leftovers outside for the poor little woodland creatures, you know?
Woodland? Yeah, I thought you lived in the desert.
Shut up, my story. So anyway, one time when I was there, she hauls back. She tosses this old, mangy, big, yucky baked potato outside. And it was beautiful, man. I mean, that woman has an arm like a pro ball player. And that spud just arced through the air until this sweet little bunny rabbit came hopping out of the bushes right into the path of destruction.
No way.
Way, afraid so. And that tater hit Mr. Bunny right between the ears. You know, for a moment it looked like a little brown German helmet. I've never seen a bunny rabbit jump that high in my life.
You think that's funny? That poor rabbit is probably in therapy right now.
I love it. It's so good, the chemistry between them.
Trev, seriously, have you ever had really horrible thoughts?
Well, like what?
Like wanting to kill someone? Trev, I wanted to kill Bob. Every time he laughed at me, I just wanted to fucking kill him.
Everybody feels that way once in a while, man. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's actually a good point that I like to that you know we talk about in DBT and all that is that everyone has intrusive thoughts. Everyone has really dark thoughts at times, and it's important to don't try to deny their existence or judge yourself for them. What you do is you recognize them for what they are, and then you just let them go through the wind like a fart, as one might say, right? You know, say, "Wow, that was a really dark thought," and then let it go. You know, because part of the problem with intrusive thoughts and stuff like that, if you start to ruminate on them, then it could start to have an effect on you. You know, whether it's one where some people might have issues with impulse control or you know, impulsivity in general, things like that. Or on the other end, where you start judging yourself for these thoughts. But they're just that, they're just thoughts. We've all had thoughts that made us go, whew, that was messed up. But you just let it go, you know. It's important to be mindful. It's okay, you know, you do want to recognize them. You do want to recognize them and be mindful that they exist and what they are, but then let them go, you know. And it's stuff like this where he's having trouble dealing with that thought that he had about wanting to commit violence against Bob. And then with all the other stuff he's experiencing, he's not sure. He thinks it's possible that he may have blacked out and murdered Bob, you know. And again, it's really affecting him negatively.
Hey, listen, man, I gotta go. I've got a date for dinner.
Someone new? Well, tell me about him.
No, okay. His name's Mike, and
I love that. No, okay.
I'm at the pre-Raphaelite exhibit downtown, and he's smart and funny and cuter than hell.
That's great. Well, have a good time.
I'm gonna try.
Yeah, exactly. So like he's already having to deal with this bad stuff, and even the Hecatome telling him that he killed Bob. It's tough. And here's another fun Easter egg. Let's see. Getting the mouse positioning for this is hard. Like, even on the speed run, it's hard to get it exactly right because it's like almost like pixel perfect. There we go. And the difference between that one you fellas see is that he farts Andy Hoyos' head. First, let's check out the mirror. Let's see what kind of fun we can get with that. That's true, yes. Well, one of the things I love about this game is I feel like the the psychology in this game is really well written and very informed. It's part of the reason why I love it so much. Why I love it, I actually love it over the first one, which to some people is blasphemy, but it's also like, but I could go off on the list of why.
Rats are so much better than people. No, you're the only one I can really count on.
How touching, freak boy.
Relax, Craig. It's only Blob. The only thing that loves you.
Ooh, little bit of self-worth right there. Yeah, the Bedlam House depiction. But that does have the story reason.
Revolting psyche of Curtis Craig? Hey!
Skip that. And see, whenever I watch people playing it and stuff like that, of course I give them the various hints. In fact, let's watch him try to use a hammer. Oops, not what I want to do. Oh, I guess there's not a cutscene for that. Anyway, I like to suggest to people. Again, I like to give hints. I don't like to necessarily tell them what to do unless they're really, really badly stuck and they want it. But I like to give them like hints, like clues and stuff like that. You know, like, Curtis might have something to do later tonight. And then like, oh wait, I forgot about Therese, you know. And so like once they figure this out, and they're like, well, the screwdriver won't work by itself. You did just find a hammer, etc., etc. And so one thing I also tell them is that learning how to combine items is important because you'll need to do it. What is it? 1, 2, 3, like 4 more times in the game? However many times it is, right? Kind of, sort of, yeah. It could be said to be that. I could do that for like any time I do Phantasmagoria 2 stuff, have the screwdriver and hammer be over my logo. Let's read the note. My dear Curtis, if you are reading this, I am dead. I have probably been dead for a very long time. My employers, Wintech Industries, will have arranged and carried out my murder. I know this is going to happen. I cannot avoid it. Before they come for me, I must confess to you, my only son. Wintech has been experimenting with forces it can't possibly control. I'm ashamed to admit I've been an integral part of that process. You must understand, Curtis, how excited I was at the prospect of working on something of this magnitude. I felt it could be important, beneficial to the entire human race. I was so immersed in the pure science of the thing that I started to forget my humanity. The Threshold Project is not in itself an evil thing, Curtis, but as long as it is in the hands of Paul Warner and Wintech, nothing good can come of it. It is beyond the scope of their understanding, and they mean to use it for unspeakable purposes. Yeah, but if you go to, go to a court case about it, you will have to speak. That was a dumb joke. Anyway. They've done terrible things, Curtis. People have died. I've tried to quit Wintech to just take you away with me and leave, but they won't let me. They have threatened your life, Curtis. I can barely live with myself now, knowing how horribly this project has hurt you. I cannot risk losing you altogether. If I stay, they have promised to care for you, to give you only the best schooling and medical care. I realize this is a pathetic attempt to repay you for the pain you have suffered at their hands, but I am in no position to bargain. I must accept. Forgive me, forgive me. You are probably a man now, or very nearly a man. Some people might argue. You will have been raised in the bosom of Wintech, a child of this monstrous corporation. I hope they have been kind to you, but you now must leave here, Curtis. Get as far away from Wintech as you can. Live, love, enjoy life. And never think about them or me again. I love you, Curtis. I love you with all my heart. Be happy. Daddy. Oh, man. Was it live, love, the thing, the meme stuff, the etc. Live, laugh, love. That's it, yeah.
Hello, Curtis. How are you?
I'm okay, Doc.
No, I can't help you if you lie to me.
Fine, I think I'm losing my goddamn mind.
Have a seat. Let's talk.
Oh, yeah. You know, and he's got the voice actor credentials and stuff like that, too. Me, I can have my... trying to adjust in my chair a little bit. Sometimes my pronunciation can be kind of strange to some people because I don't have a standard Southern accent, but that's because being on the... and what I figured out when I figured out later in my life that I was on the spectrum, I figured that may have contributed to my stuttering problem. I have a bad stutter. And a lot of it was trying to figure out what I was going to say before I said it. So I eventually learned how to think about what I was going to say before I say it and then sort of build from there. And so a lot of my pronunciation is very deliberate versus see, I lost my train of thought. So there's no bonus, there's no Easter egg in this room, so
After my mother started hating me, my father got so weird. He sort of withdrew. And he just kept looking at me with those sad, sad eyes.
Did he protect you from your mother's irrational rages?
He tried.
I love it. I don't care what anybody says, that wig is amazing.
Oh, she hurt.
Oh, thank you, Dark.
Oh, she hurt me so bad.
I know that look, that kid look. Ooh. When you know you're about to get your ass kicked.
Doctor, why did you want me to come back again today? That's not your standard policy, is it?
No. No, it isn't, Curtis, but I can tell that we have a lot of work to do together. And I wanted to get the groundwork done right away. Is that all right?
Fair enough.
And see, again, you see that even though Curtis didn't really, he kind of says it with a little bit of suspicion, maybe a little bit of anger, maybe he feels like he's being judged a little bit. She doesn't lie to him. She doesn't try to assuage it. She says, yes, that is not my standard policy. And then she goes on to ask him if that's okay. Because if he feels it's uncomfortable or they're moving too fast or something like that, then of course she's willing to do things differently to help him. Because again, you can't help someone by trying to force them. Force and manipulation can get people to do what you want, but it's not ever going to be effective. And it's going to create resentment, anger, hatred, rebellion, violence, etc. Because the purpose of psychology, psychoanalysis, therapy, and all that kind of stuff is to work with people to help them grow instead of trying to force them to. Again, that's why people who are skeptical of it, I'm like, it's not like a cult, guys. It's not like they tell you what to do. If there's something that you don't want to work on, that you don't think needs to change, then that's it. It's not going to change because you can't change something you don't want to change. This, that, and the other. Now, they might ask questions and they might ask you to think about it and things like that, but they're not going to force you to do anything. At most, they might try to convince you if it's something that's particularly a problem. I already did that one. Come on, talk about my screwdriver. Here, I'll help you fix your hair. There you go.
This is going to sound really twisted, but sometimes I wish I could just live with Jocelyn and Trevor both. Somewhere far away where no one would judge us and we wouldn't have to see another person.
Many people have fantasies like that, Curtis. Just because it isn't standard behavior in our society doesn't make it wrong.
That's another good example of the sort of progressive way it is. Is that, again, she's not saying it's right or wrong. She's not saying she agrees. Oh, yeah. Thank you for stopping by, man. Definitely get some sleep because I'm sure it's pretty late for you over there. So, definitely get some rest. And of course, I know you have of course, if you ever want to check out the stuff before or after, feel free to drop by my YouTube. I don't have the shout out thing set up. I do need to shout it out because I'll tell everybody, again, if you like this game, point and click adventure games, definitely check out Dark Shocks. He does a lot of good stuff. He does a lot of different games. He loves puzzle games, that's for sure. And, of course, the speedrunner. He's got the world record in Phantasmagoria 2 for the standard category. So he kicks ass. So definitely check him out. Thanks a lot, man. You have a good night.
I had this experience with my coworker, Therese.
The sex was savage.
Consensual? All the way around?
Oh, yeah, yeah. But, Doctor, she brought out feelings in me that were frightening. I mean, wild, almost violent feelings. I felt like anything I wanted to do to her, anything I could dish out, she could take it.
And see, that's another thing that I point out that's good about the writing and how it can be pretty progressive is that she specifically asked, was it consensual all the way around? You know, what did both him and her consent to this activity, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that's pretty progressive because a lot of people don't think about that.
On this date with Therese last night, I got my navel pierced. This S&M club on stage in front of a room full of people.
Is that something that you wanted to do?
I don't think so. I don't know. I just wanted to be controlled at the moment, you know? I wanted Therese to do things to me. But when it was over, my feelings totally reversed. I wanted to control her.
How exactly did you want to control her?
It was weird. When I got off the stage, she was right there, and I just pounced on her, and I picked her up, and I took her into a bathroom, and we just did it. We just did it like a couple of animals.
And how did she react to that?
She absolutely loved it. I thought she was going to break me in half.
Curtis, did you ever consider that maybe she was the one in control of everything?
No. But you're probably right.
Look at that, a little bit of introspection there. You gotta love it. Have a button.
Doctor, I think I might have killed Bob. I don't remember doing it, but I can't get the idea out of my head. I hated him. I wished he were dead so many times.
Well, that's highly unlikely, Curtis. Homicidal blackouts are extremely rare. Have faith in yourself. Do you really think that you could do something like that?
Maybe.
I think that have faith in yourself is also a big thing. A lot of people deal with that, not being able to believe that they can get better or heal or, be better, right? Is they see, oh, I'm a bad person, I'm terrible, I'm weak, I'm stupid, I've made too many mistakes, etc., etc. You have to have a little bit of faith in yourself, and it's hard. It's hella hard, especially if you spend a lot of your life being told that you can't, that you're a bad person, you're wrong, you've this, that, and the other.
Doctor, I think that this threshold project, whatever it was, got shut down a long time ago, but I think it's been reopened now. In fact, I think it's back in full swing.
What makes you think that?
A whole lot of little things. Files I've seen, conversations I've overheard. I think it's bad, Doctor. I think it's something that no one has ever tried to do before.
Now be sure you keep the difference between imagination and evidence clear in your mind, all right?
Oh, you think I've been watching too much X-Files?
X-Files reference. But again, she points out that that's important to be mindful about. That there's a term we use in DBT called check the facts. It's important in any situation to check the facts, which what the facts are objective facts. There's a lot of things that are opinions, there are a lot of things that are interpretations, but then there are things that are objective. And it also means that it's important to take your judgments, opinions, and observations and filter them through a factual perspective. So you might say, well, that movie was stupid. Or you could say, I didn't like that movie, which is a fact. You could say, you like, especially in interpersonal stuff, like if you're talking to a partner, this happens all the time when arguments happen. You did this to me. They said, you treat me like I don't matter. Or the objective statement is, I feel like you treat me like I don't matter. Because one is an accusation and the other is an objective fact about your feelings. I feel statements, they talk about it all the time. Yeah, especially these days, there's a lot of misunderstanding of what's objective fact. Again, it goes to the thing I was talking about, social media. People will insult you in all kinds of ways, but those aren't objective facts. Those are their perspective, their opinion. And here's the thing, perspective and opinion are perfectly valid. You're allowed to have those. You're allowed to have feelings and all that kind of stuff. It's not to invalidate that, but you know, you do have to be mindful of that and responsible for that too. You have to be responsible for, things like how you feel. You don't say, well, it goes into a lot of this where people say it in a way that sort of implies they feel obligated, like, oh, you're a bad person, therefore I'm obligated to treat you badly. No, you feel that they are a bad person. Your opinion is that they're a bad person. And so you are, and so you are treating them badly because of that, which means it puts the responsibility of your actions on you. And a lot of people have trouble with that. That's where you get like stigmatization and stuff like that happens for different kinds of things. Again, I mean, we see it all the time. Some people reference some of it as cancel culture, and that's kind of part of it. But it's been a thing for a long time. The Scarlet Letter, was a book all about that. Stuff like that. And it's like, it's just take responsibility, is kind of what part that is when it comes to things like I feel statements and all that. Because when you, again, going back to the partner thing, if you say, I feel like you treat me like I don't matter, well, then that's what the person say, well, you do matter, to me, you do matter, rather than having them saying it in a way where they're informing you versus trying to defy an accusation, because nobody likes to be accused of anything. It doesn't feel good, and that's a fact, especially something that you yourself know isn't true. If you're the person that gets said that to, well, you know that they matter, and unfortunately you may have done something that made them feel that way, and that's why you have to work that out. But then when you get accused of not actually caring, etc., etc.,
My mother's hatred for me went way beyond humiliation and hitting. She tortured me.
But some people have criticized this where he's got the long cable and stuff, but
You hear about happening in Chile and Nicaragua.
How did she torture you, Curtis?
Curtis! Come here, monster. What's under that crawling, slimy skin of yours?
It's all right, Curtis. It's over now. She's gone. You survived it. You're here, Curtis.
see, that's another good thing, is because one of the aspects of mindfulness is fully participating, and that includes fully participating in the present moment. One mindfully is another is what this is a part of. So be present in the moment. For example, when you're driving, drive. Don't think about this over here. Don't think about that over there. Think about driving. Focus on that. Do that one mindfully. Don't try to multitask. There's plenty of studies been done. Multitasking doesn't work. It makes things worse. Don't multitask. Focus on your one thing. That way you can be more effective in that one thing. And so memories, especially, will bring back up those old feelings. And again, in a situation like that, he is literally in danger. And so that brings up those crisis feelings, right? Where he's in a crisis, he's in danger, he has to escape, he has to be rescued, he has to do something, right? And so her telling her, she's gone now. That's no longer this. You are here right now. You are safe, and that helps. Dissipate, to reduce the intensity of those emotions. You know, by reminding somebody of that, they can say, okay, because that's what happens is you start to remember those crisis feelings, the distress, and the danger, and it comes back as if it is happening to you. So that's actually really effective. Again, I need to talk with somebody to try to figure out like who they consulted. They had to have consulted somebody because this is
letter that my father left me.
it's too well done.
Listen to this. The Threshold Project is not in itself an evil thing, Curtis. But as long as it is in the hands of Paul Warner and Wintech, nothing good can come of it. It is beyond the scope. Jesus, Doctor, does it sound like a crazy man wrote this?
I don't think so, Curtis. It sounds perfectly rational to me.
Tell me the truth, Doctor. Does insanity run in families?
Yes, it can, Curtis. But that sort of mental illness is generally a chemical imbalance, and it's very, very treatable.
Oh, God. Oh, God, maybe I've always been crazy. I mean, I can't remember big chunks of my childhood.
You're
And
upsetting yourself, Curtis.
Oh,
Just
God.
try to relax and take a deep breath.
You've got to stop it or I will.
I'll kill you, you son of a bitch.
A slap sound effect.
Oh, my God, I never saw him dead before. But after they hit him with the car, they got out and they shot him. Oh, my God, they shot him.
Curtis, a suppressed trauma like this can cause such great emotional problems. I think you'll start improving now. I think we made some wonderful progress today, Curtis. I'd like to see you again next week, but please don't hesitate to call if you need to talk, okay?
I will. Thank you, Doctor.
Uh-huh. Bye-bye.
I mean, come on, you got to give it to him. The acting is absolutely on point.
In today's session with Curtis Craig, I determined that the patient was delusional, possibly paranoid, with the potential for violence.
And of course, no, she didn't say he was paranoid, just possibly paranoid, because she doesn't know if the threshold stuff is real or what. But he definitely has. But, you know, because again, it could be this, that, and the other, could be a misunderstanding. It could be et cetera, right? And then again, the potential for violence, because he did say that maybe he could kill someone. And then the things with Therese, a desire to control, you know. And then again, you see the emotions welling up and things like that. I'm going to go to the borderline because even though you're supposed to go home, there's some extra scenes.
Therese isn't here right now, big time.
Whatever, I want to come in anyway.
Suit yourself.
A lot of people don't pay attention to that cutscene. That goes to the thing I was saying about people don't really pay attention. And you get that where he tells you Therese isn't here, and sometimes people go looking around forever. And it's like, yeah, she's not here. He says it. I don't try to be mean to people about it, though. I let them have their fun.
I think you'd be more comfortable in that yuppie bar down the street.
Really? Well, I think you'd be more comfortable in a sideshow.
You know, I think I'm beginning to like you.
These characters, man, these are great. See if I can piss off Silent Bob over here.
Get the hell away from there, asshole.
I like how Curtis right here is kind of, you know, manning up a little bit. I don't know why he doesn't like that guy for some reason, I guess. mean, yeah, he hated Bob, but he was never that aggressive with Bob. Out of order. Damn, Curtis. How hard did he have sex with Therese to break the toilet in there? Then again, I can tell you, public bathroom sinks are not... They can't handle that much weight. When I say public bathroom, because one of ours at work, we had a guy that... I guess he put too much weight on it when he was, like, trying to move between his, like... He had one of those, like, roll... It's kind of like a walker, but it's, like, one of those more modern ones where it's, like, they roll around for people who have injuries and stuff. And he ended up ripping the sink out the wall. He ended up getting hurt, too, but luckily, it wasn't horrible. He got hurt a little bit, but not bad enough to cause any permanent damage or nothing. Certainly startled the shit out of him. I wonder if they made his apartment 13 because it's the evil unlucky number. Or if it's just a coincidence.
Who's there?
A little bit of film noir right there.
Therese, how did you get in?
I'm a woman of many talents. Curtis, come sit down with me.
See, stalker behavior right here. I like how he actually sits on the table.
Have you been here long?
Long enough to get to know your rat. She's a real sweetie.
Thanks.
And again, I like how he's like pissed off about it because it's kind of a shitty thing. So, alternate view right here.
You know, you really startled me when I first came in.
That was the idea, Curtis.
You break into people's apartments often?
No. Only when I really like them.
Stalker. She's a stalker.
Patrice, I don't want to be rude, but what are you doing here?
Well, I didn't come here to talk.
Well, what did you come here to do?
And then she pokes him in the eyes.
I'm not so sure about this, Therese.
Still funny every time.
Good.
You gotta love it, right? I love watching people play this because I'm like telling them, like, it's about to go 100. This game's about to go from 0 to 100 real fast. And they're like, huh? And then they see that and they're like, oh my god, what the fuck? It's fucking beautiful.
This is getting kind of intense, Therese.
Oh no, we're not even close to intense yet. Be quiet.
Which I remember when Paul was talking about this, how apparently they had him like, what, hooked up on, was basically like a forklift or something like that, I think it was. And how like when he was strapped in the harness and stuff, people would like mess with him and stuff because he couldn't get out.
Therese, please, I want to touch you.
I said be quiet, slave.
His bedroom is very bare, too.
Or we'll just have to zip up that sweet mouth of yours. If you can't be a good boy. Would you like that? Would you?
No.
And don't make a sound. Don't you dare.
I think you're a good boy, Curtis. A very good boy indeed.
I like to say about this game, especially with this scene, that if there's one thing that you didn't expect, it's for this game to have incestuous zombie BDSM. There's not many games that can have that. It's very unique.
Responsible actions endangered the mental and physical well-being of all employees under his
management. There. That ought to be enough to fry your ass, Warner.
I think they mentioned Warner's ass like 15 times in this game. They really like it. But let's be real, it was kind of stupid for Tom to go into the office where there's already one murder and go late at night by himself. At least carry a gun or something, buddy. Oh, Tom uses a sledgehammer at the end of the game. That might be a little. One could argue it's a little spoiler, but no, Tom uses the sledgehammer. Huh. That's a nice little detail.
Hello.
Good morning, Mr. Craig. This is Rosalie at Wintech. I've been asked to call everyone in your department and let you know we don't need you to come in today.
Why?
There's been another murder, Mr. Craig.
Who? Who was it?
I'm not at liberty to say, Mr. Craig.
God damn it, who? Who was it?
It was Tom Ravel.
Where were you last night, Craig?
Well, it's nice to see you too, Detective. Come on in.
Here's another Easter egg too. Wait, did I miss the Easter egg the other day? No, it's on this day. Now, some people you hang the cursor on her ass for 30 seconds and she'll say something. Some people have criticized her acting in this, saying that she's written really bad, stuff like that. And I'll admit, the writing of her character, there you go, is not all that great. But also at the same time, I think the actress did the best she could with what she had. But also, let's be a little bit fair. She is kind of aggressive and angry with Curtis. But also, if you look at it from outside of his perspective, he is acting extremely wiggy. He's acting pretty crazy. I mean, even in that first scene where she meets him, he's like talking to somebody that's not there. He seems to be really off his rocker. And that's, let's be honest, that's super sus.
What were you doing last night between the hours of 8 p.m. and midnight?
I was here with Therese Banning.
Really? How late did she stay?
I don't know. Late. I went to bed, and then when I woke up, she was gone.
Where is she now?
I don't know.
Craig, I said, where is she now?
I don't know. She probably went home. I don't know where she lives.
Also, you gotta admit, his behavior is a little suspicious. Like, he looks around a lot. He's not, as someone who has trouble with eye contact, not making eye contact can seem suspicious. And then again, the way he like stops talking and things like that makes it seem like he's making up a lie. He's acting super sus. Is a fact.
Why don't you know where your girlfriend lives, Mr. Craig?
She's not my girlfriend.
Oh, really? You two must be pretty good friends, then.
Although, usually, if they were going to try to, do, poking and prodding to try to get someone to act out or to do or to make a confession, they usually would do it at the station in, a controlled environment.
Mr. Craig, do you know of anyone who hated Tom Ravel?
Tom had a huge fight with Paul Warner yesterday.
It got to the point where they were screaming in each other's faces.
Really? About what?
About you, detective. And about Warner making us come into work the day after Bob was killed.
You know what, Craig? I think there's something badly wrong with you. I'd love to haul your psycho ass in, but unfortunately, I don't have enough evidence. Yet. Christ, you're screwed up. If you're guilty, Craig, I'll find you. No matter where you are, no matter how big a rock you crawl under. Hello? Do you hear me? Damn!
And you see him acting like that makes it seem like he's really that he's freaking out because he thinks he's gonna get caught. It's like he had all this moment and he has the time to go and flip himself off and all that. Good stuff. Let's get some mail. Control Alt. The Big Book of Tractors. Day 4.
I sure wish I knew what the hell was going on, Blob. Oh, you're a pretty rat, aren't you? Yeah, you're a beautiful rat. Hey, what are you chewing on, Blob?
Want some?
It's actually really cute. The rat was actually licking the stuff on it.
All right, you listen to me. I know Blob can't talk. And she never did anything to anyone, so you leave her alone!
I'm not crazy. I'm just gonna scream into the ether.
Creative uses for a staple gun? Pulping heads made easy? God damn you! This isn't real.
And of course, like the way the shit, what was I saying? The way the music, like in the apartment, slowly degrades. It's also another nice touch to the music. Music in this game is fantastic. I'll say that. It's on par with Silent Hill and Resident Evil.
Meet me at the borderline tonight. This time we'll go full circle. Do you dare, Curtis? Therese. What am I getting myself into?
Who knows, Curtis? A bill?
Dear Curtis, I hate you. You killed me. Your very existence was so unnatural and repulsive
that it drove me to my grave. I should have killed you when I had the chance. I'm coming for you, and this time, I'm taking you with me.
Yeah, it's time to call your doctor, buddy. Yeah, Doc, I'm having more prolonged hallucinations.
Dr. Ricky Harburg's office, how may I help you?
Yeah, hi. This is Curtis Craig calling, and I was wondering if I could see Dr. Harburg today. I'm having a few problems.
Now, let me see. The doctor's pretty busy today. Oh, you're in luck. We can get you in for a short appointment this afternoon at 3.
Great. Thank you very much.
So another thing, I think that this game, you know, he has the thing where he's like, oh, it's not time for something yet. And to be honest, you never really have a good sense of what the time is. So that can mess up a lot of people. Dreaming Tree first. Oh, no, wait. day 4 to go to Wintech. There's no bonus cutscenes in here. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I have to get kicked out.
You are purely unbelievable. What do you think you're doing here?
I work here, Detective. I'm not trespassing. I just happened to leave some notes on Tom's desk.
That's a load of shit, Craig. You're not just a creep. You're a really bad liar.
That is
Now, tell
true.
me what the hell you're doing here before I arrest you.
Fine. I'm trying to find out who killed Bob and Tom.
My ass. Get out of here, now.
Look, Detective, there's some kind of company conspiracy behind all this. I think Wintech is experimenting on its employees with hallucinogenic drugs. I think they've...
Do go on. It all sounds perfectly logical to me.
You're a real case, you know that? You make Charles Manson sound reasonable.
Detective, you have to listen to me.
I don't have to listen to Dick. If I find one shred of evidence on Ravel, if I find one of your hairs, one of your goddamn cells, I'll have you flash fried.
Are you deaf or stupid? I mean, the company murdered my father. They probably killed Bob and Tom. I mean, what do you want to bet I'm next?
I won't say it again. Get out. Or would you rather I call the boys with the white coats and the butterfly nets?
Come back, Curtis. You know you're longing for the sting of the needle, the burn of the electrodes on your skin.
Now to the Dreaming Tree.
Hey, Trev. Hey. Got enough calories there to power a small starship. Must be pretty bummed, huh?
Yeah. I like Tom a lot. I really did.
I know, I did too.
Curtis, look, can we just cut the bowl for a minute and talk, okay?
Okay.
I think you need to get out of town for a while. I mean, you're obviously freaked by everything that's happened, and Curtis, I know that cop has you down as a suspect. I think you need to be gone before the next one.
The next... What, murder? What makes you think there's gonna be another one?
Oh, I don't know. Call it spidey sense.
I'm trying to think. I was going to say something and then I forgot, so.
I appreciate the thought, Trev, but I can't go anywhere right now. Look, I have to find out the truth about Wintech and this Threshold project.
Curtis, look, everybody's heard rumors about this Threshold. I mean, it's a company urban legend, but, okay, maybe it was bad, really bad, but it has nothing to do with what's happening now.
I think it does, Trev. I think it has everything to do with it.
All right, Curtis, look. If you have to do this, I'll help you. I'll hack into the net from home and see what I can find out. Thanks.
So, how was your date with what's-his-name last night?
His name is Mike, you Philistine, and it was awesome. Indian food, candlelight, Reservoir Dogs on Laserdisc.
You watched Reservoir Dogs on your first date? You sicko.
Yup, and we laughed at all the same places.
Well, sounds like true love. Just don't go on any cross-country killing sprees, okay?
Curtis, wrong time to say something like that.
Look, Curtis, we'll uncover the dark secret of the terrible Threshold, and then you go somewhere and veg out in the sun, okay?
Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
Curtis, I just want you to know that I'm your friend. Always. No matter what.
So, here, why don't you finish this off before a stiff breeze blows you away there, scarecrow boy.
And I love when I watch people play this, I love pointing out this bit where he puts the pepper on the sundae, how it was just a choice by him to do. It wasn't in the script or nothing. It's such a unique little thing that they kept in, and I'm glad they did, because it's just it's a little bit, right? Gotta go doctor's office.
Hello, Curtis. What's bothering you today?
Everything.
It can feel like that sometimes. Where you're literally like, oh, everything. Oh yeah, I gotta do the there's an Easter egg here. Here's the wallet. Batman.
I heard about Tom Ravel's murder, Curtis. Is that why you've come?
Yeah. Boy, that really got to me for some reason. Wait a minute, how do you know about Tom? Was Wintech trying to check up on me or something?
No, not at all, Curtis. Detective Powell came and spoke with me this morning.
I don't know why, but that makes me feel a little better.
Look at him. He's like posted up. Look at him.
Curtis, I can't help you if you keep things from me. Have you been having more problems than you've told me about? Because if you're having, say, delusions or blackouts or hallucinations, you need to tell me right away.
What is this, Doctor? Are you and Merrick trying to get me to go back to that hellhole of a nut house? Look, I got news for you. I'd rather die.
Not at all. I haven't spoken to Dr. Merrick in months. I am just trying to help you get better.
I feel like there's a snowstorm in my head sometimes. White noise, it's bending the way I think.
Everyone gets depressed and confused sometimes, Curtis.
Don't patronize me, Doctor. This goes way beyond simple depression. Somebody, something is messing with my head. You know, sometimes I wish my mom had brained me with that snowstorm. And I wouldn't have had to live through this snake bit. I wouldn't have to live through what's going on right now.
What is going on now? Please. It's not going to get any better if you don't talk about it.
I want to tell you, Doctor, I really do, but I can't. I can't tell anyone until I understand it for myself.
Make sure there's not anything else I can do.
If I were having delusions or hallucinations, what would you suggest I do?
I would want to check you into a hospital for observation, Curtis.
I will not go back there. I'll blow my goddamn head off first.
It doesn't have to be Greenwood, Curtis. We can take you to a private facility.
Shut up! You stay away from me.
See where she jumps a little bit and obviously gets scared? It's important to also remember that your therapist, psychologists, all that are human
Craig
too.
has just experienced a psychotic episode. Marked with severe paranoia and irrational anger. Next.
Okay,
Nice. So yeah, it's really natural to be, to be scared, especially when you're still getting somebody and there's this whole situation going on. Again, he even lashed out violently, I should have waited, because if you wait, she starts banging on the door eventually. She won't stop till you answer the door. Nothing like a murder to make you hot and horny. I actually think South Park had a whole episode about that. I think it was called, what was it called? I don't want to talk to Jocelyn, I want to talk to my rat.
God, Curtis, I just feel like the whole world is just coming apart. You know, I liked Tom. I really did. He was a nice guy, you know.
I know, Joss. I know, I liked him too. It just doesn't make any sense.
Curtis, can we go away for the weekend? I really need to get away from all this.
I'd like to, Joss. I really would. I just thought I've got some really important things to do.
Damn it, Curtis. Why can't you ever talk to me about anything that really matters?
Joss,
Can't even talk to a psychologist with what matters.
It might be wrong in the face of everything that's just happened. Right now, I just really need to feel you inside of me.
Curtis messed up.
Jocelyn.
Oh, shut up.
Jocelyn.
Just shut up! God, you son of a bitch. Just come back to your filthy whore. You two can have each
Jocelyn.
other.
Sorry, Curtis. No nookie. Mortal Kombat. And then the big obvious pin. No more for Blob. Okie dokie. Back to Wintech. Now that I have the pin, I can do this Easter egg. Ah, I forgot to do the hammer one too. Oh well, it's fine. One. Okay, click it on his crotch for fun. Here you go. No, I have to do the hairpin. Yeah, bouncy. Curtis thought he was going to get a little bouncy, if you know what I mean. Unfortunately, for him. Where'd you go? The drawer's now locked. And this is one of the few times that you encounter a problem that logically using the screwdriver actually works. Well, at least it eventually worked out, right? Take the letter, the book. I'll just skip that cutscene. I don't think there's anything else I can do. And then, of course, as we pointed out before, to go into Paul Warner, you have to do Carpe space DM, which I think is really weird that it has the space in there, because it's just like, oh, come on. So, of course, you got the employees, Curtis, and that's just the normal stuff that's in here. The threshold dock, which is still incomplete. Okay, so we already did that. Got those 3. So let's go here. And then here's an interesting thing. You click on that employee deceased. And you can, and okay, well, first do this. So you go it up. Wait, I'll show you. First, we'll log out. Because I guess the intention is for you to first try to log into Curtis's. And again, a lot of this is just the same. But you go to the email and you got some new stuff. Yeah, that was a good one. Read this. Curtis, I didn't manage to up your clearance so that you could get down to the lower levels. The Wintech Central Computer's security system detected me and I had to get out of there quick. However, I did get the SecureCon password so that you can raise your clearance yourself. Do it if you have to, buddy, but please be careful. Something tells me that our cheerful employers are playing hardball. The password is Black Lotus. Don't ask me, that's Warner's idea, not mine. Take care. Well, yeah. It's Black Lotus because he likes to play Magic the Gathering. And again, the fun thing is you can still log into Trevor's. And play the games and all that kind of stuff, so. Paul Warner. There we go. Curtis Craig.
Gotcha, you son of a bitch.
Such language, Curtis. I should have washed your mouth out with soap.
Get away from me.
But then the fun thing is about this is that you can actually go in here to Jocelyn and raise hers also. And Therese, you can raise hers. And Trevor's. Well, Trevor's was already raised, but you can raise everybody's card level for some reason. Very fun. I don't think there's anything in here. Wait, hold on. No, I've already been... Mine's getting a little mixed up. Find it weird you have to do it twice. You know? Wait, I wonder something. Give me just a second, I'm going to try something. I wonder if I'd set it to 2 if I can't go through the door like that. I love trying out fun things like that. Ah. So 2 lets me do that. Wait a second. Then again, I'm gonna have to test that out. I like how polite he is, making sure the door's shut after him. I mean, I know it's got the thingy on it, but still.
We're running out of time. Quickly!
Of course, it is a good point about they didn't clean this place, but then again, with all his prolonged hallucinations, is that stuff actually there, or is he imagining it? I guess not, but still.
God damn it. We're running out of time. It's going to close. Jonas, go get Merrick. Have him bring us another one. Quickly!
But then again, maybe it has been. Because see, look, it's gone now. Hold on, I want to turn around. Oh, no, it's back. Okay. So, I mean, maybe it hasn't been, to be honest. Ask anybody who's worked at, like, building businesses where the buildings are very old. There's some very old stuff in there. Like, the brand that I work for is the third brand that I know of that's been in that building. I don't know how old the building exactly is, but there were still parts left over from the prior brand that I think was there like 15 or more years ago. So having random stuff down there that nobody cared to clean up is not impossible. It's not the weirdest thing. Ask anybody who's ever had to like fully clean out some like old storeroom and stuff like that. You're like, oh my god, this is something from the 80s that has been touched since then.
Shit, where the hell is he?
So he's just kind of the wrong place at the wrong time. But also, you know, who's doing it on adults and stuff like that. And especially people that might not be missed instead of a child. But then it turned out a child might have been the key element. He's like, don't touch my face. That's kind of sad. Like, imagine you're doing all this other stuff and it kind of happens to your kid. Like that. Not good. Oh yeah, I forgot to look at this. Maybe at the board. Of course, he reads it, but you know, you get to see it. She finally signs her name to something. Let's look at the hairpin. Very nice. Letter. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We at Wintech are so pleased you could be here tonight. As you all probably know, the Threshold project was begun on October 9th, 1958, with the discovery of the natural anomaly known as the Threshold in the basement of the old Donner building. Back then, we were dealing with something we knew nothing about, a strange, inexplicable force which seemed useless and untamable. But there were men with vision then, as there are now, who saw potential of that little miracle in the basement. So, you know, it's not just like sci-fi. There's definitely some element to it. Again, it has a little bit of Twin Peaks, because if you know about how there's the place in the forest, that's all very weird. You know, where people are able to go into the Black Lodge and things like that. So it's kind of sort of like that, where it has the, is it aliens? Is it extra dimensional? Is it hallucinations? Is it demons? Etc., etc. Although granted here it's a little more explicitly one thing, but again, we never really meet any that, well, etc. Those of you who have been privileged to follow the history of Wintec and the Threshold know of the disappointing results of our venture into business with the United States military. The Threshold, it was decided, had little or no military applications, although we at Wintec did not necessarily agree with that judgment. Our funding was cut, and the Threshold remained silent for nearly 30 years. Now I am delighted to announce that we have discovered an exciting new possibility for the Threshold project, a possibility which could have a positive effect not just on Wintec but the entire world. Well, I'm sure you're all tired of listening to me talk. Without further delay, let me introduce the scientific director of the Threshold, Dr. Peter Sutcliffe. Oh, yeah, duh. And then this. Very simple. Introduction to Secret Codes, the Rosetta Stone. So, of course, we saw the number 1958. I think if you try to input the wrong... Well, no, never mind. I don't know what I was thinking of. I think if you have it on the wrong number for long enough, I think it activates an alarm. Because I've seen it happen. Like, Curtis, that's not how a door works. This can trip people up sometimes because they might not think to actually open up the drawer to try to use the screwdriver, so they might not get the password. And then I also sometimes see the Rosetta Stone, and they try to type that, because kind of like how Carpe Diem is. So. Greetings, PA Warner. We regret that we have been unable to synthesize the chemical compound requested. So, of course, you can say yes, no, maybe so. So I'm going to say... Yes, I do not understand your meaning. No, is a fact we've been unable to synthesize. Yes, we do not understand your meaning. No, it's a fact. Yes. No. Yes. No. I could do this all day. Wonder what happens when I fill up the screen. I'm gonna try this. Oh, it just keeps going. Okay. When? We will perhaps be able to complete the synthesis soon if we're provided with the materials we need. Please provide for us all of that. 2 live human adult creatures. And of course the funny thing is that as you play with these different buttons, you get to the point where they will say all these chemicals which you need them to say, and then they ask what's the status of the twin. You can say yes, no, when, how, why. Why? We ask about the twin because we are concerned about the twin. It is part of us. We are part of it. Does the twin live? Why? We do not understand your meaning. Please enter the threshold transport and commence communication. So, again, so basically the goal is to get them to that point where they're like, just commence communication. And you see it's got a little card reader slot. So let's use it.
along, Curtis. We've kept your room just as you left it.
I like how mad he gets too. He's like getting super angry. Craig, oh, he dead. Again, another thing, I like to try to get people to actually do that so that they can experience the first death of the game and see that doing try again starts you right where you left off. So there's no problem with dying. You can just do whatever you want. You can do trial and error and there's no risk, right? So it's a good thing to do, is to play around with it. But another thing that catches people a lot really badly is to know what to do there, because they're like, there has to be some way to go further here. So it's kind of goofy. I'll say it's a little goofy on the design to have to go all the way here and stop and then have to come, and have to come back later, right? But what it is, you're supposed to go all the way down the threshold, then get the weird messages and be like, what's going on here? And then just leave, right? That's why I have ideas about what we would do about possibly changing the game to make it more clear that the next thing you do is go to the borderline. Because what people will do is they'll hang out there trying to figure out a bunch of stuff to do. They do this thing, they do that thing, they do this thing, do that thing. Because the logic seems to be that you're supposed to continue rather than leave, right? So some sort of hint might be a good idea. Something that hints at it. It'd be nice if the game had a hint keeper.
You're looking sunny as ever.
Teresa's gonna eat you alive, Pop-Tart. Come see me later, honey, if there's anything left of you by then.
People seem to say that a lot, like she's gonna destroy Curtis or something. And they're really enjoying pooping, I guess. Yep, so if you hover the cursor over the bathroom door and type "whip me," you get that sound effect. Let's harass Bob again. Silent Bob, I should say. I like calling him that.
Hold it, big time. You don't belong in there.
I like the idea that he has to deal with this guy so many times before he finally gets to go in there.
Hi.
What are you doing all the way over there? Come closer.
He's like, all right, I just had a bunch of Cooler Ranch Doritos though. And then as it cut, she says, come closer, then it cuts and she's sitting farther away from him. It's kind of funny. He's like, well, I don't get nookie from my one girl. I guess I'll take this one.
Oh, it's your belly button.
It's alright, I guess.
Oh, yeah? Did you know that pulling on a navel ring is sexually stimulating? The sensation goes straight to your spinal cord.
What are we gonna do tonight, Therese?
You'll
Thanks
see.
for the science lesson, Therese. Give me just a second. I need to take some ibuprofen. See, I had a root canal a few weeks ago and been hurting me. So give me just a second. I get some water, some liquid.
Bread.
It's bread. That's a Silent Hill 3 meme. It's bread. I love the Silent Hill memes. And now, of course, after your first crit scene with her, you can skip it and do the drink, but still.
Come on, tell me what we're gonna do.
No, I'm not gonna tell you. I'm gonna show you. Now drink up. You're
At,
gonna
le- at least she knows the lesson of show, don't tell. He said, fuck that straw.
Now follow me.
It'd be nice if they put a Mel Brooks reference in there where she said, walk this way, and he starts walking like she does. Wow, they already bust our table? Consummate professionals, I'll say. It's the same cutscene. Okay. And then you just leave.
Look, Therese just went in there. She told me to follow her.
I seriously doubt it, white bread.
That's just what gets me about these guys. It's like, so many of them are really like gatekeeping. It's like, are BDSM clubs really like that? I mean, I know, I doubt it, but that they're really going to be like so elitist. You want to see a photo of my parents? Want to see this Christmas photo?
Look, come on, let me in. Look, Therese gave me this.
Not good enough. You need a special invitation to get in there.
Just the gatekeeping, man. I want to know what I'd love to hear what he's talking about with that other person. He's like, so yeah, I just got this new so I got new car. I got Geico. I got new car insurance. Oh, that one doesn't work either. Okay. What else could I possibly show him? The threshold? Maybe the lace. How about I just hit him with a hammer? I'll lockpick his cuffs. Maybe he just wants to escape. Alright, let's be serious here.
All right. Go ahead. Hope you survive the night, little man.
It's like, dude, he's already done the thing where he's hanging from the ceiling, right? The hanging from the ceiling BDSM. I think he's good. I think, you know. Oh, look, right there. That's where a fire extinguisher is supposed to go. Somebody's... This reminds me of that thing in The Simpsons when Homer went to that to that lesbian bar, and he's like, "Oh my God, I just noticed the problem here. There's no fire exit." He's like, "Have fun with your death trap, ladies." There's to be a fire extinguisher there, man. Plus, does this door lock from the inside? We're gonna go over the fire code, so. Of course, we got the letter, and it said we're gonna go full circle, right? Well, there's a circle that you can make, so that's kind of clear, right? Of course, people often have to deal with that, right? Because there's always going to be one tile that's cursed, but it can be any of the four. And then I think the layouts are random, and I think what specific order that the pieces turn around is also random. So the way to solve it is, of course, whichever tile is cursed, you just click it twice, and that clears out the curse. So typically what we do in the speedrun is we just start from the top and go click twice, click twice, click twice, click twice, and then solve the puzzle. That way you can clear it out wherever it's at. Unless you want to go by RNG and play through the entire game and hope that you get the very first tile being the cursed puzzle. But that's one of those things someone would have to play the game 1,000 times to get a really good run and then do that just to save half a second, right? But another thing that catches people up is they'll do that and they're like, I don't know what to do from here. Some people won't think to click the center because it's arrows, but it's not made super obvious.
Therese?
I do like how how the music's now muffled. Oh, nice. I didn't know there was an alternate. I could just leave. Nice. Let's see. Was there anything else on the screen other than just leaving? Alright, let's check out this. And see, it's all these little bitty details. As much as these goofy little scenes are, it's nice to like see all the extra little bitty work that they put into it. It really gives it feeling, you know. I feel like it gives depth to the environment and world they live in. And of course, we also get to make fun of it with the little, oh, he opens and closes the drawer. Thanks for that cutscene, guys. Money well spent. But I do like it. It feels complete, you know. It feels whole. More so than just a movie, right? She loves a man in denim. See, he's got his denim jacket. He's got his denim pants. He's gonna eventually have his jong. That's like a jean thong. So it's just, yeah, that's what gets me. Spoonie was so right when he called it out. I was like, this is full circle. Just two people just, you know, just doing it cowgirl style. And just a couple of people watching and then golf clapping afterwards. You gotta admit, it's a huge drop, right? People are like, what's left of you? Art Deco. That's some Art Deco right there. That was an Art Deco clock. What's left of you? They keep saying that, like he's gonna die. Bro, I know the most white bread people could handle that.
Yeah, later.
Let's be fair, right? But again, that's what makes it fun. To be honest, I know women that wear makeup and stuff like that. There's no way they'd be trying to touch up with lighting that bad. What do you think?
You don't know shit.
Oh, come on. You complained about the bulbs I put in. Because... admit it, look at the lighting in that room. You can't tell me that you would try to do any kind of makeup, even a touch-up, and that kind of lighting.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Okie dokie. That's a good point.
Hello? Come on.
Put my makeup in my car at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Who's there?
Driving to Shenandoah.
That's also a good meme edit. You could put anybody there. But the biggest thing I'll say, this game makes a really good point. The best place to murder somebody is a BDSM club, because then they hear the screams and they'll think it's supposed to happen. They think it's normal. Yikes. It's not as brutal as like Bob's, for example, but it's pretty fucked up.
Oh, good morning, Detective.
Where the hell were you last night? Where were you?
I was with Therese at the borderline. And I came home. What, you want to ask my rat for an alibi?
I know you were at the borderline, Craig. At least 20 people saw you there with Therese. Not an hour before she was murdered in the bathroom.
don't think these photos and stuff are his. I think they're just part of the apartment.
What the hell are you looking at?
Oh, I think my rat got loose.
Better find it before I do.
Hey, don't kill an innocent rat, cop. A goofy little look he gives.
How did you get out?
Troublemaker blob. I do like how he goes back to the to go goes back to his position so that it can go back to this cutscene.
What happened?
Oh, I think you know.
Damn it, I didn't kill her.
I think you did, asshole. It's just a matter of time before you're arrested.
So she's
I just hope to
left-handed.
God it happens before you slaughter somebody else.
So it's a good move. Like he gets angry, and a teensy bit violent. Like that's a good call for her to be like, hey, to put her hand near her weapon to be like, because he is a little bit of a aggression there, right? But I do like the fact that he hears about this, he stops to go get his rat, and then he goes back to talking about what happened to Therese.
Like Therese. I wouldn't have hurt her. Not ever.
Is that right? You two had a strange way of showing your affection.
Please, detective. I need to know what happened to Therese.
A lot happened to Miss Banning, actually. I guess the short version would be that someone strung her up and fried her in her very own blood.
I'll get him. Whoever he is, I swear to God, I'll get him.
I'm sure the good people of the city will rest easier knowing that.
Why aren't you after Paul Warner? I mean, he's the one who's behind all this. I mean, he'd do anything to protect that threshold project, whatever the hell that is.
Gosh, I better go arrest him right away. Oh, and just for the record, who gave you this information? Space aliens?
Get out. Get the hell out!
Fine, but I'll be back, you son of a bitch! I'll be back to nail your ass to the wall!
Oh, Curtis. Where is it? I can do this. Yeah. Curdy. Yeah, if you try to leave without the wallet, he does the same thing on the first day where he says, "My wallet. He can't see without his glasses."
Where's the mail? Usually here by now.
Advertising for CWC. Come on, guys. You don't have to try that hard. They really could do, like, take that clip for every time they have a something that's upcoming. I don't know. It'd just be funny. And of course, some people get stuck here because they're like, I can't leave. What am I supposed to do? And the hint I like to use is, well, Curtis needs to find some reason to leave the house.
You
never guess what I thought I saw, Blob. Yeah, for a second there, I thought you were the Jurassic rat. I love you, Blob. And no matter what, I'll make sure someone takes good care of you.
Sorry, Curtis. And then you do Alt and Control again, and there you go. Wes's Big Book of Tractors, Book 5, Beavis and Butthead. Nice. It's Kids Edition. Very nice. What was I saying? What was I thinking? I know I haven't got all the Easter eggs, so. So yeah, of course, you see all this, and again, once again, you need a reason to leave. And what's the best way to do? Make an appointment with Dr. Harburg.
Dr. Ricky Harburg's office. How may I help you?
I have to see Dr. Harburg right away. I'm having problems, and
Yes, sir. I'll get her right away. Please hold.
This is Dr. Harburg.
Doc, this is Curtis. I'm having troubles. I need to see you. It's Therese. She's been murdered, and oh God, don't tell Dr. Merrick. He's in on it. I mean, they're all in on it, and oh God, Doc, I have to see you. I have to see you now.
It'll be all right, Curtis. Come on over, okay?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay.
What can I do for you, Dr. Ricky?
Trisha, could you alert security? One of my patients is on his way over, and I believe he's in the middle of a psychotic episode. But please, don't have him intercepted. Just ask security to be ready if I call, all right?
Will do, Doctor.
Shit. Oh, Merrick. Oh, you spying son of a bitch! Curtis. You were right.
He's mine!
Dr. Harburg?
Come on. You gotta admit, if I saw a scene like that, I'd be like, nope, let's get out of here. What they say in Scary Movie. Said, white people are dead, we're getting the fuck out of here. Sounds like a plan, you know? Oh yeah, Curse, why don't you just rub your fingerprints on everything?
Beautiful work, Curtis. Just spectacular.
The good doctor is truly your masterpiece.
I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I wasn't even here.
You didn't use your hands, Curtis.
You don't have to. You used your mind. Your diseased, twisted,
Murderous mind.
Get it. Get that thing. Oh boy.
I'm sure this dude's a great shot, but he seems a little shaky. Now, of course, the mistake a lot of people make is they hope that Curtis can fight off an old man. But look at that gun. I'm pretty... It's at least a 357. So it's pretty serious, you know. But of course, you know, I tried to tell people there are alternatives to fighting. You know, a little Star Wars reference there. And of course, if you wait long enough, he just does that anyway, so. And then while he's distracted, get the hell out of there.
Hey! Jesus, Doc.
Try to go to the Dreaming Tree. Oh, they're closed. Oh, yeah, you know what? I forgot to go on a different day where you tell him about Tom, and he said, and the waiter says, "Oh man, Tom was a great tipper," which is like ever the businessman. And you can also sometimes try to go to the borderline when it's closed, and it'll just the doors will be closed. Let's check out the Easter egg screen.
There's a lion at the watering hole.
See, had I got these other two, then it would have had a special screen, unfortunately. But that's okay. We don't have to be perfect. Let's go back to dark. No, we can't go back. I can go back home, but that doesn't do anything. Try to see. Can I go into Warner's office? Yeah. Because there's a lot of scenes in here to check out. Come on, take his cigars. I mean, with the way everything's going, you might as well, right? We already did that. Why? Why? Why did you kill me, you son of a whore? Forget Wintech and get out of here now. Like, you could have... Like, did it have to be an email? We'll be together again soon, my love, my monster, my baby son. Soon we'll be together forever, and then I can kill you. You murdering freak. I'll rip out your black twisted heart. Soon, soon, soon. Courtesy health concerns. I really think we should check ourselves into the hospital. Right now. That nice Dr. Merrick will take care of everything. We won't have to think. We won't have to feel. All we have to do is relax and ride the Thorazine. If we take enough, we won't even feel the scalpels or the shocks. He promised not to make it hurt that much. I trust him. Don't you? Hurry, Curtis, before we kill someone else. Your friend, Curtis. I can't do the funny replies. I don't think there's anything new in Paul's, I don't think. Let's see. Memos. It's not in the memos. Oh, yeah. Go into Paul W. and then you see, I'm writing you in an urgent attempt to gain more funding for the Threshold project. We're on the verge of an incredibly important breakthrough. If we succeed in utilizing the dimensional rip known as the Threshold to synthesize the chemical Lotus B according to specifications, if it actually has the effect on the human body that we believe it will, Wintech will become a multi-billion-dollar megacorp overnight. I understand that some of you have reservations. The failure of the Threshold to adapt to military applications, along with the Jonas Craig debacle, were most definitely setbacks to the project. However, once we discovered the Threshold dweller's ability to synthesize chemicals, those setbacks became insignificant. The gold mine that shines before us is virtually bottomless. A partnership with the U.S. government would have been nowhere near as lucrative. Imagine, if you will, an antidepressant as subtly and as strongly addictive as nicotine. The only side effect is the gradual loss of excess body fat. Everyone in it, in the country, everyone in the world, in fact, will want it. Before long, everyone will need it as well. It's all yours for the taking, gentlemen, if you will just grant us the funds to finish our research. Sincerely, P.A. Warner. And then you have the football graphic, which you can print out. I like the idea of all this stuff's going on and he's printing out stuff in his boss's office. Weasel cam? Yeah, weasel cam. I like a little weasel cam. Let's check in our inventory. Let's take a look at it. Yeah. It's a thingy. Let's have some water, shall we? Ugh, yuck. Mm-hmm. It's like a Gallagher show. After a while, I'd probably be getting really tired of it too. I'd be like, God, I'm getting really tired of these hallucinations. Yeah, he's got to take a minute after that one. He's like, ugh, it just keeps going. Jocelyn. Gonna have any freakish hallucinations in hers? So wait, they don't really have that much light coming through, so she's got actual plants she has to water? I mean, alright, I guess. Nothing else? Alright, Therese. Anything to get spooked by in here? Ah, okay. What about Trev? No? Okay. Well, let's go to my desk then, shall we? Love you, Blob. Let's make some calls, shall we? I love some calls. Love some cornbread. I doubt Trevor's gonna answer. Me. Nope. Nope. Well, how unfortunate.
What do you want from me?
I only want you to be happy, Curtis. You've nearly lost your mind, haven't you? You'd be so much more at ease if you just give up the battle. You'll be well taken care of in the asylum.
Get away from me!
Leave the office, Curtis. You kind of, you know.
Who are you? Don't you recognize me, Curtis? I'm just a part of your own twisted mind. If you just give in to me, let me take over, you'll be so much happier. It won't hurt much.
No!
It's something I've never tried. Is to do this. Is to just skip going into the network room. Oops. Okay. Because we all know what happens in the network room. But see, that's the thing. You can't go to the borderline on day 4 until you do go all the way down here. But then you have to go back, right? Be sure to be like Curtis and hydrate. We must have live materials to maintain the living icon. The living icon must survive if we are to finish our experiments. Our experiments must be finished if we are to complete the synthesis you requested. Send live human creatures immediately. No. We do not understand your refusal. We suspect you are angry. Inter-threshold transport commence communication. Watch this. It's game over again. Very nice. So now at least we have that active. Okay. Speedrun route. So first I want to try something. I like playing around. I'm going to experiment this different stuff. Trevor Barnes. Watch this. I'm going to lower his clearance. I'm going to play around with the puzzle. Wait, what was that? It gave me something highlighted. Was it the drawer? Okay, whatever. All right, let's go see the sad scenes.
Oh. Trev, you scared the crap out of me.
Curtis,
I thought
listen, listen. I've been delving deep into the company network. Just leave it alone, man. It's bad.
I can't, Trev. I can't let it go.
You don't get it, Curtis. I gave myself top clearance. I saw. They've been synthesizing illegal drugs. Curtis, they've killed before.
Oh, my God.
I'm going to the cops. No job is worth this. But Curtis, I want you to stay out of it. I don't want you to get hurt.
Come on. Come on. You know what we want. Give it to us. Come on, go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Ugh.
You know I love you.
just don't have much to say. I can't stand it. See, it's what makes the horror in this game so effective. Is that you become legitimately scared for the characters because you don't want the characters that you love to die. You fear for them. And this game helped teach me that. That characters that you're afraid to have die, you know, you actually value them. And then you, again, like I said, you become fearful. Of course, here there's only so many characters you care about, but that means that, especially when they develop characters, have characters you love, and they're the ones that die, then it makes you afraid of every other character dying, because they can.
With his collar starched, and wax in his nose and his jaws wired shut.
Someone made a point about, Soapy. She made a point about throwing the monitor. You know, it doesn't make a sound, but did it hit the ground? But it could have went to the other dimension too. Think about it. I was like, that's a good point. I'm gonna have to steal that point from you. Like that. That ID photo is great. He wants to go back in there. Is it the same cutscene? Yeah. He wants to go back in there so badly. You know he does. Okay, so this should work. Oops. So yeah. Okay, so alright, let's go back. Trevor Barnes. Okay, let's change his clearance. Alright, let's leave it at 2. Alright. So you definitely have to increase it to 2. Alright, cool. So one thing I did prove is that it doesn't matter what level his card is. Only Trevor's card can go through there. And because it only requires level 2, you don't actually have to increase Curtis's to level 3. That's very interesting. And he's like, nah, I'm done. Okay, I guess I'll go in. See, it's all these little cutscenes that they added in that help add to it. Of course, there's no reason to leave at this point.
We have not been successful in attempts to synthesize compounds requested. Small living materials were useful. Larger ones are better. More, please.
Don't move, Curtis. Oh, how I wished it wouldn't have come to this.
What the hell was I just talking to, Paul?
Creatures from Dimension X, of course.
Thanks, that clears that up, Paul. I wonder if I wait if something happens. I'm not gonna wait too long. I just want to see if anything, if it like has a death scene I've never seen or something.
You killed my father, didn't you?
He became a liability. Not everyone is strong enough to handle the sacrifice of human subjects for research.
Son of a bitch.
You know, it's a good thing your dear old dad never knew he didn't really get his little boy back. He'd have lost his nerve much sooner.
Oh, really? Cool. Can I leave? Bye-bye. Can I click his feet?
What are you talking about?
Don't you remember? I threw poor little Curtis in there. But he never came out. You did. You're a replica. You're some kind of imitation human. Those things on the other side put together out of slime and dead rats. And a little bit of Curtis's brain tissue. Oh, I told your father it was you. That there'd been a terrible accident. And he believed me. Because he wanted to.
No.
Yes, I'm afraid so. You started remembering a year ago. That's why we put you in the hospital, to observe you. I should say to observe you more closely. You see, we've been watching you like a bug in a jar, ever since those things spit you out of the threshold.
Where am I? Where is he?
Right there.
Do allow me to introduce myself. Curtis Craig, at your service.
Of course, one thing that I do like, I'll say this about it, is that it's very interesting because, hold on, I'm going to do something. Save. Because I want to see what these two different cutscenes. You can click on him, but you can also click on that. Oh, come on, Curtis. Hit it. Oh, okay.
Oh my god. No, that can't be.
You are a slow glob of protoplasm. What you see now is an electrical projection. A manifestation of my hatred for you. My body, my human body is in there. It is a twisted, wretched mess, kept alive by the cannibalized body parts of corpses. Those amorphous things just go about their lives all around me, combining, recombining, playing with the monstrous things that Warner gives them. They never even touch me.
Oh god, I'm so sorry.
Are you? Are you sorry that my body is a sickening aberration? Are you sorry that I haven't slept for 20 years? I've been awake, Curtis, watching you, building my powers so that I can smash you, destroy you, take your life the way you took mine.
Now go to Threshold. Okay.
It wasn't my fault. I didn't do it to you. I'm a victim too.
Oh, baby. Your pain will stop very soon. Once your mind breaks, your body will be mine. I almost got you, you know. When you're in the asylum. Almost.
No, don't!
It's time to go now, Curtis. Say goodbye to your sanity.
I'm gonna sit here and let him get shocked to death. Sorry, Curtis. Gotcha. Without hesitation, he just jumped into it. Now we're talking about sliders, huh? Alright, so let's go. Of course, you can like look at all this stuff and be like, oh hey. People often miss this too. Because again, it's hard to really see it. Luckily, you automatically pick it up. Too bad you can't actually like look at it until later. And it shows this is an opening, but you can't go here, and that often messes with people too. I swear that's the same sound as the one of the sounds from Digimon. Yeah, I wish you could give him that. Give him a little bit of goofy food. Nice, nice. Now let's get killed. See, at least it does warn you that if you mess with it, you die. Terrible job, Curtis. So let's start mixing things. That doesn't work. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Cool. I love how it kills you. Again, there's a lot of trial and error at this last part of the game, and that makes it interesting. Nope. They said no way, Jose. So wait, let me see something. So let's see. So it does seem pretty obvious it's supposed to be the bratwurst because it's got the little things. But then Specifically, which one? Additionally, I also want to point out that when you're listening to the Hecatoon talk and he talks about the aliens combining, recombining, that's supposed to be the clue that you can smush these aliens together. But I guess the star is the only one that really logically makes sense. Although not really, because like they look like round balls. They look more like this green thing combined with the bratwurst than the star, so it doesn't make as much logical sense. But then here's the thing, you put it together and it doesn't really look like those dudes. It looks like its own thing. But again, I guess it's because it's supposed to be an alien world, it's not supposed to make sense. And again, the non-Scumbian version, the original version, you're supposed to right-click on that. It's sort of an interface screw is what it's supposed to be. But the problem is most people don't realize that you can use right-click the same as left-click. So they don't even think to try it. And of course, you can always go back and die. Why you do that, who knows, but... Yeah, Curtis, let's get our party on. Woo! And this is a good one. If you try to leave, you get killed by poop monsters. So the game is definitely telling you, nope, you have to go. You have to finish the game. It's time. Maybe I'll give him some poop. What do you think? Give him a green guy? What do you think? Nothing? Okay. Let's wake his ass up.
Home, festering.
Now then. Let's see what little mutant boys are made of.
Let me go, please. Please, I haven't done anything.
Your very existence is an abomination.
Let me wait around and see what happens if I just wait. Yikes, he's a squirter. He's a squirter. Alright, let's use some tools. I can only use 2, so we're gonna use the little sharp thing.
Curtis, you've been a bad boy. Gonna have to be punished.
Oh, that one had a scream in it. Nice. Alright. At least they only give us 2 choices.
I love you, Curtis. Even though you've been cheating on me with Therese. I love you.
I like it uses that sound effect.
I love you too much to ever let you go.
Now this is one I know you can wait and then it'll have a cutscene play. And then we'll try some stuff. This one also messes up people a lot too. But we'll get to that.
I love you, baby.
Execution style. However, from a gun standpoint, that is a semi-automatic handgun. So after she fired the first shot, it would have the hammer would have already been cocked. So she wouldn't have had to cock it again. So that's a mistake. 0-10, terrible game. So you can click on her, and he'll be like, let me try to fight you for the gun. And he fails. Curtis, what the hell? That's 2 fights with armed people that you've lost. Are you even trying? What messes people up is there's the body, and then you have to wait till the gun is under his chin and click the gun. The problem is that a lot of people don't realize that it's a separate hitbox altogether. So.
Wondering when you plan to drag your lazy ass in here.
Trev?
Curtis. I've decided to take you up on that kiss.
Oh no. More zombie sexuality in this. There's no BDSM or incest, but there's still zombies. And I like how Tom is using a hammer.
Get away from me! Come a little closer, rat boy. You've got something in your eye.
Tom, I swear to God, it wasn't my fault. Tom, it wasn't my fault. Trev, please. Oh God, Trev, please don't hurt me.
But Curtis, I only want a kiss.
Or here's the thing, some people mock him, saying that he's really pathetic and stuff like that. But let's be honest. It's us as players that are making him pathetic. Because we're having him lose. You see? So there's an extra cutscene if you... Something with the elevator, I don't know. Wait a second. Never mind. I figured it out later.
That was really, really hot.
And of course she died by electricity, so she gets to shock him. I'm first gonna let her kill him.
Your heart belongs to me, Curtis. It always has.
Try again. Now let's punch her.
Your heart belongs to me, Curtis. It always has.
Kano. Same death, basically. And let's do the proper death. He-Man!
Come here, Curtis, sweetheart. I have something for you.
First I'm gonna see if just waiting does anything.
I said, come here!
I like the snip sound effect. I think that adds to it. And then let's start running away. He falls after 2 steps. And let's do it proper now.
I love you, Mama.
Oh, the power of love. That's all you have to do. Curtis literally uses the power of love to defeat the Hecatomb's emo powers. See? So always keep that in mind. Love will always beat emo. And you can like actually leave, but then those flying things will kill you, so. I don't want to do it again. This is why I told you it. We'll just skip. And see, it doesn't have any indication other than if you look at it earlier, but since it's highlighted, you know, you might be able to figure out what you're supposed to do. It's kind of, again, it goes to like the problems of like people trying to figure stuff out, is it's not made super obvious, you know. Like maybe it should be highlighted, maybe it should be something. See, those guys don't go in there, it's only that. Now for the best puzzle in the history of video games. Oh yeah. So it does give you little bits of logic, and I guess part of the thing is there's no negative to just playing around with it. You can't permanently mess anything up, and once you do the right thing, you've done the right thing, pretty much. You charge that thing up, then you go back here. And see, that does nothing. You see, that does nothing. But if you look at blue on blue, that does something. And then it charges that up. And you see, that's all googling. And then that thing's glowing. So you see, everything's getting its power as it's needed. There you go. It's actually fairly straightforward. See ya, Curdy, old boy. I'm gonna do the stay ending, because the problem with the leave ending is that it just says 24 hours later, she's all crying, and then he goes into the threshold. It's barely an ending, so... This one is more interesting anyway.
Curtis. I know. I know who you are. I love you. Please. Stay with me.
I want to know kind of how she found out. Like, what did she read? Because I never read anything that, like, explicitly said any of the stuff. It was the Hecatomb that told me. Well, Hecatomb and Warner. Did she ask Warner?
The doorway has been damaged. We believe it has become unstable. We wish the twin to return to us. It does not belong on your side.
So like I said, you could choose to leave. I don't think waiting does anything, but I'm still going to wait a few. So, you guys like cake? Alright, let's choose.
Can you believe a big-time exec like Paul Warner killed all those people?
Yeah, sure I do. Suits are evil, you know?
Where do you suppose he is now?
Panama, munching liver and fava beans.
At least the waiter had a
You're
happy
gonna
ending.
love the bikini I got. It is so tiny. I swear, it's this big. Oh, and I picked up some really strong sunblock because I know how you burn. Oh, it's gonna be wonderful. Blue Mediterranean seas, sun-washed beaches. Oh, you're not gonna regret this, Curtis.
I don't know, Jocelyn. Anyway, and I love this. At first I thought this was like some indication that maybe his human form was breaking down, but apparently he gained the ability to transform. And he's like playing around with it. And that, my friends, is Phantasmagoria 2. My favorite game in the series. My favorite of the 2 games in the series. Not a lot of competition out there, right? I love it. I think the writing is amazing. In almost every way. The acting is on point. The production quality is higher. It actually has real puzzles that have some random element to them. Granted, it only has 2. But, you know. And then, like I said, the final puzzle, once you know how to solve it, it can be pretty fun. Playing around with it can also be fun too if you're trying to figure it out, but you know, it's got so many different scenes that are really interesting. It does have a few different cutscenes you can get, not really a branching path, but different cutscenes and stuff. It takes it easy on you. You don't get punished for deaths. You just come right back to where you are. The characters are well written. They're interesting. They're well acted. The music is fantastic. Just everything. The only things I say is that it doesn't have the same kind of puzzle logic as the first game, which is mostly more straightforward. Take this thing here and do that with it. And there's Warner. Goodbye, Warner. So you know it's got different puzzle logic, which some people don't like because you know, compared to Phantasmagoria 1, you have puzzle logic like he needs a goddamn drain cleaner. You find $5 in your dresser, you go buy a drain cleaner, and then you take it to him. There you go. Right? Now, the first game has got a lot of fantastic aspects of it, like there's no way to softlock, so you can do different stuff in different days to get the thing that you need to go this stuff on a different day. The final day, day 7 is fantastic because you can play it in about a dozen different ways. You can explore the entire house, you can use different traps, you can use different items on him. You can get to see extra stuff with the dead bodies. Don't get me wrong, that's an absolutely fantastic aspect of it, right? And it's very compelling and very interesting. But I think as an overall game, I think I prefer Phantasmagoria 2. And it's part of the reason why I play it so much. I think it's absolutely great. And a lot of people will disagree with me. In fact, I was watching a guy the other day play Phantasmagoria 1, which he has played before, and he said he's not going to play Phantasmagoria 2 because he hates Phantasmagoria 2. I don't know if he said he hates it, but he doesn't like it. And I'm like, because he said this, that, and the other about it, and I'm like, those are fair points. I can't disagree with you on that. And so stuff like that, But I've been streaming for quite a bit of time, so I'm not gonna stay up and do any more. I'm not gonna do any more stuff. I've got other projects I've got to work on and things like that, but that's fine. I don't have to do them today again because I really do want to at least do a little bit more streaming, like more regularly, at least once a week, if not 2-3 days a week maybe. But I just kind of wanted to do this because I want to do just a good long playthrough, of the game, especially if there's anyone that's interested in seeing a long playthrough of it. Especially since I know all these deals, the Easter eggs, all the other kind of stuff. But yeah, well, that's gonna do it for me today. I hope you guys enjoyed watching, and that you found the video interesting, entertaining, and of course, if you're watching me on Twitch, feel free to do a follow. I don't have subs, I don't have any monetized content. So you shouldn't see any ads, and you don't have to give me any money, bits, stuff like that, right? And on YouTube, again, there shouldn't be any ads because none of my stuff is monetized. So if you like it, like it. If you don't like it, hey, hit that thumb down. Comment if you have something to say or if you have suggestions, things like that. And feel free to subscribe, because I pretty much try to at least post regularly, whether it's a stream or a video, various things, memes, and all that kind of stuff, all of it's completely free. And of course, you know, we have I've got a lot of projects that I'm working on, so there's a lot of content to come out. Anyway, thank you guys for watching, and hope you have a good one.